You don't have to agree with every perspective of everyone who has ever brought forward some information, but you definitely speaking to Black people, telling Black people about their history, you would definitely gonna give them their history, love it, like it, read it. It's the way it is. So here we have on Sinetta TV is the current day news outlet for us. Some people like him, some people don't like him, but he continually wake up and bring us what he wants to bring us. The problem with that, the problem with having this type of power in your hand where you're being effective is when you bring information to the people in a biased way. What I mean by bias, Sinetta done brought on all types of personality and various forms of information, the Hebrew Israelites, the real Black atheists, the comedic science. He got everything on there. But him personally, he's already told us, he didn't put out videos and let us know he don't believe in a Jesus. He don't believe in a white Jesus. I don't think nobody believe in a white Jesus, not even white folks. That's their propaganda. They know how that works. But they know the Bible. They knew it better than we did, according to Sinetta. White folks gave it to us. So we're taking that into account, that various things. Mm-hmm.
No, I was talking to the caller.
Okay, we're taking into account that here we got this channel with all this opportunity for us to join in and check them out. What's happening is he is favoring a certain ideology that fits his liking. One day he's a Hebrew soldier riding out with the Zaryak and the crew, and the rest of them next day he rocking hard with Shaka Utmost, bringing in the comedic science. One day flip-flop. This day Hot Pockets. He's all over the place. So what he's doing, he's bringing in information that favors him. What's the latest? What's the latest get down that we speaking on today? Coming out of Dr. Leonard Jeffries. His favorite ideologies is a combo, a 3-stage combo. Sheikh Anta you have Dr. Clark, and Dr. Ben. This is his trio. This is his love of life, his inspiration. He wants to be in the image and likeness of these men and what he does today. So he took his PhD. He's been all over the world fighting for Black power revolution in his eyes. Now, what happens when you have this type of ideology that's all over the place? They call it synchronism. This is where you take several religious methods and combine them to make a new method. So we say, hey, is this some brilliant idea? And then we go to looking on a simple Wikipedia search. We ain't even got to get into the books yet. We just start off with what happened in history with this. We start off in Rome, and we got various monuments put up, Serapis. Christians knocked that down. We go back a little bit further. We get into the big time Egyptology and Egypt and comedic science, and you got Amun-Ra. These are two different types of being blended together to create a new God, birthed into the world. What happened to this being something to do with nature? How does nature just combine together to create some new nature? Nature is nature. Anything, you go to Dr. Sabi, he say, hey, don't eat no broccoli. I thought broccoli was good for you. I see one of the sisters posting that broccoli, Dr. Sabi said broccoli is man-made. That's some synchronism shit. We don't want that. We don't want no synchronism going on in our food. Why would we put that in our spiritual food? So when we look back at what really went down, what we got going on back in history when it comes to this spiritual thing. We got the 1st century where all of these ideas were put up to the test. Everybody had an opportunity to get off. If you came with your comedic science, you just brought it out. You had what you had. You had your Greek philosophy, you had your Christianity. Everybody's speaking. At the end of the day, history says that Christianity was pure in its form. It wasn't trying to be like anything else. It wasn't compromising with anyone else. And eventually it took Rome down, took Egypt down, and kept it pushing. Then later on in history, it finds the African. Somewhere around 1500, Christianity is on a slave ship, going along with a few whacked out white folks who got a Bible in their hand. When they get to Africa, they run into the black man, African, E5, voodoo, Fantunde, whatever you're doing out there. When these white folks found you, if you didn't have at least Islam, some plagiarized version of Christianity, as the Islamic people tell me, the unadulterated version of Christianity, which they heard from the white man and decided he messed it up, so they're gonna come with the unadulterated, and that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, gave them an unadulterated version. They took that down the way and they ran into Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa starts a great nation off of plagiarized or an unadulterated version of Christianity. And then if you didn't have that, and all you had was Badun, or you had Ifa, or you had some of that, when the white folks found you, your best technology was a mud hut and a couple of arrows. No understanding of powder of a gun. No understanding of technology on the level of white folks who is sitting around with their Christianity for the last 1,500 years, perfecting their things, building castles all over the place, and just constantly building. So they goes, hey, we get in slavery and we get to America. And in America, we got on the boat with all kinds of systems. We got on the boat with Ifa. We got on the boat with Badun. We got on the boat with all these various African traditions. And then they made us forget our traditions and forget our language. And then they handed us that book. Told us, here's the book you can learn. But when we learned it, we realized it was us. And then we took that book and we became the greatest people ever to hit the planet. We became Booker T. Washington, Marcus Garvey, Martin Delaney. We became Carver.
That Sojourner Truth.
Sojourner Truth. Harriet Tubman. We invented plasma. We invented the cell phone. We invented the peanut butter. I can't even think of all the things we invented. We invented the stoplight. I could go on. There's a book out there. You can find out what we did with it. And what did we do it under? We did it under the auspice of the Bible. As they tell me, well, you know, they didn't know nothing about the Metro Netra back then. And I say, well, the reason why you think that the slaves didn't know nothing about the Metro Netra, because as Dr. Leonard Jeffries put it, you got a paralysis of analysis. You stuck in the content of Sheikh Empty Diop. You stuck in the context of Dr. Clark. You stuck in the context of Dr. Ben, and you just didn't look back further enough.
Martin Delaney.
You ain't went back to the truth in the booth. Martin Delaney was a doctor. This man went to Africa and he learned the Metro Netra by himself. Further than that, we can go to Prince Hall. Prince Hall was around in the year 1776 with this establishment of America, and he was establishing the Prince Hall Masons. Unadulterated Mason, and not this crap we got today. Hey, good power to them. I hope they running things and getting plenty money, but that ain't the same thing. What they was doing back then was holding it down, bringing us the information. So what is the issue of the day for them in 1861? What is the context of the country? It appears that the Badun system is in full effect in Africa. But the slaves, the American slaves, don't see them coming over here with no info. E5 is in full effect over there in Africa, West Africa. But the American slave don't see no E5 heroes going down. Shit, they tell me that the Haitian Revolution excluding the Christian leader of the group, and all the troops, all the Indians of the fight were all Badun, and they was free. But I didn't see them leap up out of Louisiana and come over here to Georgia and save me or anybody else, because that system is not a global giant. It can't take on the greatest spiritual system ever known to man.
Even in its career.
So what you have, you got Booker T. Washington, Martin Delany, Paul Coffey, all these various men laying down a format, an attack on white supremacy. No one has enough strength to knock this beast down in their one lifetime, but they have enough information to pass on. And we're going to take little chop shots at them until we get to 1900s. And now we finally got college educations coming up out of Tuskegee and Frisk and a couple other places, and they go all out to London, and they start the first Pan-African conference for Africans on the continent and in the diaspora. Now, how can you be a 50-year professor, PhD, mastermind, and sit on Sinetta TV and talk to Black folks for 3 hours, and it take 2.5 hours before I hear Booker T or Marcus Garvey? I heard Dr. Ben 1,000 times, Dr. Clark 500 times, and Sheikh Annie Diop 2 or 3 times, and none of them said nothing new during their stay in a world, America. All they did was repeat what's already been said in just a more jazzier way that they like to consider syncretism. We gonna take running. I'll slow down a little bit, brother.
Let's slow down a little bit. We got our other brother. He done chimed in. You can open your phone, bro. So people, what it's gonna boil down to is the UNIA knew about them other systems. They had some Israelites in them. They had some probably Moors in them, probably some Islamic people or some people that dealt with, the Islam that came over on the good ship Jesus also, for those that, like to make that little phraseology when they talk about it. But at the same time, Christianity was the leading authority over there with Gar, because he was the head. He was the HNIC, I should say, right? The head Negro in charge. And that's just it. They had a church. They didn't have a mosque. They didn't have a synagogue. They didn't have a this and that. They had a church building, meaning the church had a building where they did what the church do in their church buildings. So, bro, you there? You want to tune in? Not you, no. Over here on Skype. As I told you, it's a Skype number. If you need it, you can get it. Nah, I guess he didn't want to tune in. So that's what it is, people. That's why when I spoke with the brother, I laid the foundation like that, because I wanted to really hear on them two. And as you see, he had knowledge of it. And if I ain't mistaken now, I don't know how long the time frame was, but he did speak on Booker T most definitely a little earlier, maybe a Marcus too. I don't know. I gotta go rewatch it and everything. Anybody else, if you go out there, watch the video. Now I'm gonna tell y'all this. I'm disappointed in the community, right? Because when I go and see these youngsters on Sinetta, they famous. They get 10,000 hits in a day or two, right? Dr. Jeffries been up, and y'all ain't heard the damn thing he said because y'all ain't went over there and watched. Let me prove this forth, right? Look at that. Look at the numbers. 860 on the first, 523 on the other. Let's see what Bar Shilling did over here. He got 7 hours and he got almost 400. He got 16 to 15 hours and Come on, people. Y'all got to do better than that. Let's go down and look at some more side now. Black News 105. One day, right? Maybe y'all end up with them numbers over there. Hopefully y'all will go check him out and see what we talking about over here. I ain't addressing everything he's saying. I'm just dealing and highlighting the portion in which I asked him questions. So now, once again, people, Pan-Africanism was birthed out of Christianity. That's the root of the tree. You can't be a part of the tree and hate the root, which give you all the nourishments and everything from the ground in which it was planted in. That's just it. So when you talk about those who set the foundation or the roots of this, they use Christian ideology, doctrine, and everything. They use the Bible. They use it line up on line, precept on precept, here a little, there a little. One of the first places, and maybe one of the last places where you can read about some Africans, right? Some Africans that's been scattered throughout the diaspora being brought back together in that manner is in the Bible. It's called Exodus 2. It's the salvation in which I have to fight and argue with my brethren about. And it's the salvation that Garvey then was talking about too. Most people just don't know it because they don't understand the Bible. So therefore they don't understand the red, black, and green movement. The blood that was shed, the color of the skin in the land. And blood has been shed in this land, and the same in this land, right? And other foreign lands throughout the diaspora, which means what? We still one family. One family of people that comes off of that continent. So I don't know if my brother on the phone still. You there with us?
No, I think he still in motion.
Oh, he said something, but I had stopped him now. So people, that's the conversation. Synchronism, yes, go all the way back to Amen-Ra, when the North and the South Kingdom came together, and the one that won put his God at the end. So that's the people that roll with Ra. And the one that lost, they put his God up front. Political. Amen-Ra is a political movement. Just like any religious arm to revolutionary or spiritual, you know what I'm saying, domination of others. Right? So the white man knows this. He knows that the people on the African plain or the Israelites, or however you want to say it, moves by spiritual systems, spiritual cultures and customs and stuff, rituals and things of that nature. And they have holy days, not holidays, but holy days. They learned everything they learned from the dark pigmentation nations. That's just it. So, like I said, so everyone over there on the Rock Squad, Europe didn't give us Christianity. As James Small said on that same couch, we had it before we came to the shores of America. As the brothers was arguing and debating with y'all last Sunday, you know, in the first century, Christianity was already here, live and pumping. It just didn't have a pulse. It had a real heartbeat. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, speak. I'm gonna mute the phone.
Okay. Well, I just want to talk a little bit about this Christianity in Africa right before slavery. So if you're listening and you on the computer, you can type in Kingdom of the Congo and Christianity. It's going to take you all the way back.
Can you see that side chat?
Say it again.
You see that side check when I be typing?
I can't.
Okay, you see that?
Let me get it.
Did you see me just type something?
No.
Okay, I hit you up on Facebook.
Okay. Well, I have a couple of pages going. So, just putting them a little bit of little information about the Kingdom of the Congo and Christianity coming to the Congo from the Portuguese. This happened in roughly 1550. I could be off a year or two, but roughly around then, the Portuguese get there. They don't come with guns and force Christianity upon them. The king wasn't ripped from his throne. He was still on his throne, and he was the king, and he decided that he would join forces with Portuguese. And it was amazing that the Kingdom of the Congo already had a system of slavery built into their ideology and their religion, whatever that may be. They had several aspects to the kingdom, so the religions varied depending on the side of the kingdom you was on. But for these people, my Almond Ross squad partners, to make the assumption that the slaves had no idea about Christianity, and that how you doing? You didn't join our live show. You got to go get prepared for school, don't you? All right, man. Sorry about that interruption. I have the future running around here. But understanding these complex situations, when you're trying to understand if Christianity bamboozled us, and you're not willing to talk about the history honestly, you can't come to a proper determination. If I could ever hear about some American history instead of always hearing about 4,000-5,000 years ago, can I first understand what went down where I'm at that had a direct connection to me? One thing I know for sure is that Black people who were raised up from slavery, they're an amalgamation of all those tribes and people that got on that ship and came over here, added in, mixed us in with the little white folks.
And I like the way Dr. Jeffries did address that. Those are the bridges that got us over. Now people want to burn the bridges, and I don't think that's proper.
Okay. So, and that's definite. And like I say, if you want to introduce us into a new system of syncretism, and you want us to abandon the legacy that was left behind, then you have to really, you have to really go out there and create the institutes that your ideology is about. And so far, we have had, we're not going to count Sheikh Anta Diop, in the aspect of his triangle, because his intentions was to help his area in Africa. But as far as his influence on Jeffries, Dr. Ben, and Dr. Clark, all great speakers or philosophers, if you want to call educators, but let's see what they educate.
I think the title of that was Intellectual Warfare. Intellectuals.
So we have to see, what did they create? Who did they inspire? And I'm sure it's many people out there inspired by the likes of Brother Reggie, as far as our particular paradigm is concerned. Shaka Utmost and Sarah Sultan Seti and the various Kemetic people. Those are some of the inspirations coming from their paradigm. And then they're inspiring a new generation on Sinetta TV. And the question is, when those who are inspired by them look to the call to say, okay, you taught me the Metru Netra, and here's my history with this knowledge. Where is the institutions? We got great information, zero institutions. And this is slavery. To not have institutions is to not have any economic power. Now you can talk about the Christians all you want, but they have institutions built. And that's a fact.
Can I talk? Israel.
Peace, what up? Yeah, Reggie on the line. Did you hear what it said? Can you hear good?
Who's this? This is Pit Boss?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. How you doing, Brother Reggie?
All right, peace. So, I want to take this from another vantage point. I heard some of the comments that you said, and they're relevant if you come from that perspective, and you come from the perspective as well. You know, now that we're all Christians, this is what Christians built in, and the success that we have in Black America is because of.
You breaking up a little bit, Reg.
And you said what?
You was breaking up there a little bit, but you back now.
All right. So, sure. That's how you make it straight. If I can just have a few minutes. The first Pan-Africanists, you are incorrect. The first Pan-Africanists were Africans of different places and different situations on the slave ship. The first Pan-Africanists were the ones who were in the cargoes of the slave ship trying to figure out how to get home. Some of them rebelled. Some ships were returned to Africa. Some were not so successful. Many were not so successful. But the Pan-Africanism began on a slave ship. It didn't begin with Christianity. It began with people who knew nothing of Christianity. That is the first Pan-Africanist movement on the slave ship, right? To get back to their families and their loved ones and to their lands, right? On the shores of America, our names, our religion, our God, our families were beaten out of us in the most tragic way. We have so many movies that tell that story, like Sankofa and Gagaman. We had Goodbye Uncle Tom. We have several movies that depict the slave ship experience, and so none of that had anything to do. This was human beings being made into animals by Christians, by white Christians. So while you talk about Black Christians, I see you not talking about white Christians. It was white Christians that began the process of dehumanizing Black folks and giving them their religion. So I'll stop for a second and I'll hear what you have to say. Do you disagree that the first Pan-Africanist movement were on the slave ships? Do you disagree?
No one can disagree with that, but then what will come in play is Professor James Small said, you know, to quote the elder, he said that we was Christians and Muslims on that ship. It's probably well as was stated earlier, voodoo and everything else was probably on that ship. So,
well, wait, before, the Christian was on the slave ship. He was ambassador. There wasn't a Christianizing movement on the in Ghana, Senegal, Ivory Coast. These were people taken from the inland, largely by Arabized slaves, the English hired or made treaties with the different groups, the Ashantis and the Fantis, to hunt each other down because they were in midst of an internal war. So none of these groups of people at the time that you're talking about, roughly 1482 to the period in which the English got involved, were Christians. There were no Christians like that. Agree to disagree.
Stop you really quick, Brother Reggie. I don't know if you have a computer available around you at the moment, but if not, you can check it out later. But if you were to just simply Google the Kingdom of the Congo, there's a section called Portuguese and Christianity on Wikipedia page. And on there, and we can, verify these sources later on, but just for the simple narrative, is the year is 1485, and the Portuguese have sailed up the Congo River, where they came in contact with the ruling king was Nzinga. And he went back with them and became a Roman Catholic and went back to his country and continued to rule. Now, one of the things the Portuguese noticed when they got there is that not like American slavery, but a form of slavery was already in effect and designed into their systems. And their money system was some form of shells that they used for money, that they wanted shells more than any gold or silver. And the price of a slave was like 20,000 shells. This system had nothing to do with the Portuguese. So as the Portuguese began to trade and do business with these Congos, and their kingdom at that time spanned all the way to the ocean on the west coast, and then deep into their Congo region. And they had various kingdoms, several kingdoms combined there. So this is just one example of the idea that there is a African people on the continent who is, one, they were selling slaves before white folks got there. We could prove that with the Islamic slave trade that was in effect for 1,000 years.
I don't disagree with war in Africa, and I do not disagree that there's forms of servitude and prisoners of war, and I do not disagree that there were caste systems on the continent of Africa. I disagree that it is certainly the same form of slavery that the Europeans were putting African people in. I don't think that if Africans had prisons, they basically became a servitude labor. I don't think that everything in Africa was right and correct, because at the same time you have Arabism, and you do have things going on the continent of Africa. But so I don't disagree with you that wasn't the point. But the point was that here Pan-Africanism began on slavery. So going back to Africa, the first time that African people were in a situation, they were done.
Hey, Reggie, you need to move a little closer to your phone. You're getting muffled. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it sounded like you. No, you good. It just sounded like you was moving it back from the phone.
No, so we are talking about where Pan-Africanism began, and I'm saying Pan-Africanism began in the slave forts and dungeons as African people from different tribes finally figured out what was getting ready to happen to them and started communicating even when we were brought to the Caribbean and the shit was beaten out of us, and children were cut from women's wombs and thrown overboard, in the Caribbean, and we were broken, Pan-Africanism was there. All these times, this is before a man was made into a Christian. Being made into a Christian was a being made into a Christian was a privilege. Figuring that if we became Christians, like they did the Native Americans, that we would get partial treatment. It was a strategy. It was simply survival. There was no Jesus Christ on that slave ship when we were on our way to our doom. Where was Jesus Christ for the African? So are you saying this was necessary for us?
Well,
it is not. Just be respectful. I'll stop and listen.
now I would say this, that the point you're making probably is more Black liberation, right? Or African liberation by terminology, what was taking place on the ship, that they needed to liberate themselves.
Africanism. Africans from different places.
Let me get it.
Were talking to each other for the first time in a situation where they had to figure out if they can work together to get out of the situation.
Can I respond, Brother Reggie? Can I respond to you a little bit?
Of course.
Okay. Now, I'll be willing to agree with you after, and I know you might need a little time to dig into some of your books to grab some of your facts. And if you could produce a fact of any name, of any individual who wrote any letter or did anything that can confirm this, because I have facts that are written in these men's hands, and they tell us what was going on and what was happening. Our first man up, I can go back further. I'll start with Prince Hall, who went to the white folks and demanded that he get the knowledge from the Nile Valley. Started the Prince Hall Masons. He was a Christian. Nobody was forcing him to do this. He was a man of his own. He had his own intellectual squad. This is, roughly 1776. Next up, I can go to David Walker. David Walker comes in the picture.
You back, he's calling some names. He went to Prince Hall, now he's going to David Walker and saying he's going back further than, what you was just stating.
Okay, so in 1829, David Walker, a freed slave, he was a slave and he was free. He had an education, and the president at the time wrote a letter in regard to the slave condition. And from that letter, David Walker wrote a response to the slaves. This letter is called the David Walker Appeal of 1829. And in this letter, he begins to explain a long series of a story where he takes you throughout the atmosphere of slavery throughout the country. And he explains very entailed that he is direct. He takes them back to Kemet and slavery there. He takes them to the Greek slavery. He takes them to Roman slavery and shows that none of that slavery was as barbaric as what he has witnessed in America. He is known not as some type of Pan-Africanist, but as an abolitionist with Black nationalist views. Now, what you have in this early stage is an abolitionist and Black nationalist. The next Black nationalist will be Nat Turner, who was also a Christian, who also believed that this white man did not force Christianity upon him, and he used Christianity to kill all the white folks. The next step is going to be Delaney. Martin Delaney was a doctor. He went to school with white folks. They didn't want him at the school. He then shot down to Egypt, and he was the first black man on record to make an attempt to break down the Medu Neter. He got that for you. The next up is our great Pan-Africanist, the one who actually put Pan-Africanism in effect, Booker T. Washington. By the time they have the first Pan-African conference in London, Booker T. Washington is 15, 16, 17 years with a college up and running, making his own bricks, growing his own food. This is Pan-African economics, self-reliance. This is what Pan-African is about. Now, with this conference, they will formulate the ideas that they can move forward with.
Well, okay, so you have a period in time where you're talking about, now you're obviously talking about the American, African American and African, which happened in the African Americas, right?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. So,
yes, sir.
We have other conditions, because your real claim underneath this has much to do with Christianity. And so it's really not about Pan-Africanism. It's really
Pan-African has to be born.
Christianity has done for us.
Well, Pan-African has to be born to the planet. The concept of Pan-Africanism has to be born.
Okay, so that's correct. So now, so we can look at the American experience, and we can see the American experience being born in Pan-Africanism. But I had already stated, and I think I stated correctly, that Pan-Africanism occurred in the slave ports of Cape Coast, Elmina Castle, Port of Bonzi, Goree Island, and so on and so forth, when we were trapped together from different lands.
Well, give me any kind of reference.
You're trying to disagree with me on that?
Nah. Look, this is what we got to do now. We got to define what Pan-Africanism is, and who defines that, and when do the definition come into play.
Okay, if there are different stages of Pan-Africanism, I'm proposing that anytime groups of African people from various ethnic groups and languages and tribes, right, come together to solve a common problem in the context of the African continent, that is Pan-Africanism.
It has to be global.
That concept, let me call you back. Maybe this is, can you hear me? Or
Yeah. I hear you.
Yeah, we hear you good.
So now Pan-Africanism, what I did was I took the roots of Pan-Africanism from your argument. I put it in another place. Now your argument is to say that was not Pan-Africanism. But I'm saying that is the roots of Pan-Africanism. I'm also saying that Pan-Africanism occurred in England, right? Because of the slave trade, before there was an American slave trade, there was an Anglo slave trade. The record in England is also very, very significant because the abolitionist movement that was began with Africans from different places trying to deal with slavery happened in England. And so there was a Pan-Africanist movement that was in England. Now, to say those people in England were Christianized would be problematic. treatment of Africans in the British environment was much, much different in the American system. And then there was the treatment of the Africans under the French. And then that dynamic we have exploding in Haiti. And they were not Christians in Haiti. There were people who were Christians because they were moving people from place to place. But predominantly, what happened in Haiti was not a Christian movement. Had nothing to do with Christianity. So I have several components on the slave ship, in the slave ports, on the slave ship, in the Isles of the British Isles, and I have it in the French quarters. And this is before America was successfully involved in slavery.
Okay, let's dissect this Haiti revolution. Can you hear me?
Peace. What that sound like? Yeah. What's up? 1 second. You gotta be able to fit in. So he was about to take the flow.
Okay. So just to point out, this Haiti revolution, because I know that you are a student under Professor James Smalls, and I've sat and watched a hour or two of James Small lecture about the Haiti Revolution, and I'm also familiar that he has some real deep ties in Haiti, and he visits there often and helps the people there and does a lot of work. So, but the problem with his explanation is the same problem with Dr. Leonard Jeffrey's explanation of Pan-African. He's speaking from a synthesized mindset. And so that mindset causes you to block out the Christian history. See, when you have a group of men who are ready to go to war, these men will get behind someone fit to be a leader. And though 1,000 troops are representing the Vadun belief system, they don't have a leader among them who believes in the Vadun system. And so Toussaint Louverture would take that place. This man was trained with the Roman Catholic system, and he believed in God. Now, he didn't mind the troops participating in their Vadun ceremonies, but he didn't encourage it as a system to fight. There is no strategy in the system. One of the things about Vadun is that the spirits are there because they believe that the one God is a little bit too busy to meddle in the affairs of a human. And so he's created these various spirits who need blood, juices, and waters, and herbs and fruits to be pleased. And in the midst of the war, you need something a little bit greater than that.
I think it's being overgeneral about the Vadun system. And I also wanted to correct you that the ACW did not begin in Toussaint Louverture. It did not.
I didn't say it began. I said he became the leader.
Let's be honest. Let's be honest, because you are planning our history.
Reggie, 1 second, Reg. Can you possibly come into the Google Hangout? It probably would sound better. You too, I can send you the link.
No, I'm a mic.
Oh, okay.
So my whole point of it is, you take this picture where Toussaint Louverture, and you said he did not encourage it, but Toussaint Louverture did not win the Haitian revolution. You have other people such as Hitman. You have the ceremony of Boy Kayaman, right? The priestess is killed Fatima. So there is no Christianity involved in the beginning of the Haitian Revolution. Can you agree or disagree on that?
I agree that the initial event was created among the slaves of the island, who pretty much were all in the Doom system, and they created the beginning of the event took place with them. With igniting the system, with igniting the revolution. Did his line turn off?
No, I don't think his line off. You just got to step to the mic a little bit. Okay.
Let me see if my mic is working. What is this? How do I get this thing out?
I'll send you the link.
You make us see if my mic is working.
Okay. You want to get to the link? You there? See, what we have here is, and I showed it on the screen earlier, Pan-Africanism or African term came about at a certain point in time. It was not being used before then. It was not in the dictionaries before then. So to be scholarly, the term had a beginning. It had a birth into our vocabulary to be used, right? Now, Black liberation is when you, even on the shores of Africa, if you want to just use the word black, you had black people trying to be liberated from other blacks that had them in servitude. That's just it. What if they wanted to work their way out of that oppression or that servitude or whatever you want to call it, by using vocabulary words and terminologies? But common sense lets you know that, yes, anytime an African is being attacked or they coming into contact with another African and they say, well, let's do this and do that to get free or liberate ourselves from a situation or stop this bear, this lion or whatever animal was attacking them, then you can say that's Pan-Africanism. No, we can't get that simple with the term, people. Black nationalism started before Pan-Africanism, and Black liberation came before nationalism. That's just it. Your mic muted. Your mic muted.
Hold on. Okay. Am I on?
I can hear you.
Okay. So, did you want me to wait for them to call in before I continue on?
Yeah, so they at least can, let me hit on with this anybody else want to get in once again? Well, Mr. West.
Definitely. I want to kind of give, I see the article. I want to kind of give, well, go ahead.
Who, somebody done popped in or something? I didn't say nothing.
One moment, Carl.
So people, that's what Reggie did a great job of bringing the conversation to where it needs to be. Christianity is the underlying factor of it, right? It's what Pan-Africanism was birthed out of. The term and everything else that brought it about. Remember the root. Now, if you want to say the root is all the way back in Africa because you're dealing with Africans, and then what Africans doing brings about the terminology, once again, you have to go through the steps in the chronology. And if we deal with chronology in a proper manner, not the way the conscious community has taught you how to deal with chronology. You start with this point in time, then you take a step back, 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 back. And eventually the term Pan-Africanism will not exist. So you're dealing with the existence of it, you're going back in time and seeing all the stuff that dealt with it, and eventually you're gonna get to where you at the root of it, and then it's just gonna fade out. That's how chronology works. So as I say, Marty being the focal point, or you could say Garveyism, and that is the focal point. Then you can go after Garvey, and then you can go before Garvey. But that's gotta be the center point in which we deal with this, because this is surface. Everything else is underneath the surface, right?
Okay, Carl, for your listeners, right?
Yeah.
Just to add in a little bit of PhD to this conversation, I have an article. If anybody is listening, they can Google God, Satan, and the Birth of Haiti. And you'll find an article by a professor named Jean Jeline. He himself was born in the port of Haiti, and he writes an article titled God, Satan, and the Birth of Haiti, where he explains how there's a lot going on in Haiti besides Vadum. Is that on?
I don't know. D, what up? What up, D?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was on mute, man. So I don't mute.
Nah, you gotta mute.
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize for that. I was just talking to my mom. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I'm going on mute.
All right.
Okay, so anybody that's following along, like I say, if they're on the computer, they're able to follow along. I don't know if you can do this as well, Carl, but if you like, if you Google God, Satan,
Send me the link.
Okay, I got you. That's it. No problem. All right.
Yeah,
So,
I'll pull up the link, and then you can read it off the screen or whatever, and the people will be able to see exactly what you're doing. Or you know how to share the screen?
I do, but I'd rather just let you do it, and then I can read from my own screen here.
Okay.
You share it, I'll just read from my screen. But
Yeah, that way they can still see your face.
okay, but I mean, you can share your screen with the article if you want, and then I'll read it or whatever the case. But I'm really just pointing this out so that maybe there you go. You got to scroll up on that a little bit, because I want to start like in the middle of that article. And
let me know when to stop.
Okay, hold on one second. Stop right there where you see the thick black line. It says exploring the religious argument.
Look, let me blow this up a little bit so the people will be able to see. All right. You still with us?
I'm still there. I'm just giving you the opportunity to put it together as you want, right?
That's it.
Okay, so the writer is going to, give a little breakdown about himself and just give us his opinion. I mean, he's a PhD. He's born and raised there. It's his culture. So, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm a professional on the beginning of Haiti, but from what I was able to find out, I was definitely able to find out that what I learned from Dr. James Smalls was not the complete truth through my research. So here we have to add to the conversation, and he reads, I was born and raised, this is under exploring the religious argument. I was born and raised in Haiti. I'm a graduate of State University in Port-au-Prince. I am also a believer in the Lord Jesus Christ in accordance with the Bible and in all of my studies of Haitian history. However, I have found yet in finding good evidence of even the idea of Satan's assistance in the Independence War, let alone a satanic pact. For quite some time now, several articles on the internet have mentioned the existence of an Iron Pig statue in the Port-au-Prince as a monument to commemorate Haiti's so-called pact with the devil through the Vendôme. The status would be remembrance of a pig that was killed during the gathering by the African slaves. In an effort to know more about the rumor, I contacted several authors about this exact location of the pig status, and incidentally, nowhere to be found in the country. There's an answer that was complete silence, a simple apology, or just the removal of the reference from their text. You know, I don't want to just stick to the whole letter at this moment. I just wanted to speak a little bit. And of course, you know, we gave reference for people to go to it and really dig it out, and you find out if this guy is bogus or if he has some type of credibility to his input on the argument. But in general, we do know that Louverture became the leader of the revolution, and in doing so, this is the Spirit of God moving this to make this happen through Louverture.
Peace, Reggie. How you doing? Welcome to the Hangout, man.
Yeah, peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, Reggie, so I gave up just a little location. If you on the computer, you can Google God, Satan, and the birth of Haiti, just to see the article that, you know, I pulled up here. And you may disagree with this guy. He's a PhD. I don't have any real in-depth knowledge that I'm, you know, trying to combat somebody about exactly what happened during the Haiti Revolution. I just do understand that the leader was a Christian, that various people on the island were believing Vendôme, and then also with these other additions, that you have a lot going on besides just the Vendôme system happening in Haiti. But I'll let you have the floor since you're just getting back on the line. And,
Yeah, my major point was talking about the roots of Pan-Africanism.
Okay.
And Pan-Africanism began in the slave forts and dungeons of different African people trying to figure out what next. It continued onto slave ships, where some slave ships were in fact taken over by groups of Africans from different places, people who they had never gotten along with. Some ships were returned. Most of them were not successful. It continued into first England. Slavery was in England, and slavery was in the Americas at the same time, dealing with the Anglo slave trade. It was in Brazil, Curacao, Suriname, in the Portuguese and Spanish slave trade. Pan-Africanism occurred in all of those places. And when they were occurring at those places, they had nothing to do with Christianity. The Portuguese would not teach, and the Spanish would not teach Africans Christianity. So up until maybe 100 years, 200 years later, would they be involved in slavery as a tribe? In Britain, pretty much was the same. It's only later in the Americans that Africans became slaves. The Portuguese did try experiments to get inroads into Africa, like you were correct in showing with the Portuguese experiment of introducing a new religion inside I think the Congo. But generally, Pan-African has its roots in slavery itself. Now, studying the American slave trade, you get different dynamics, and I do agree with that. But for us, Christianity was a tool, simply a tool to just get the cracker off of our back, to use his Bible against them for equal terms or some rights, so that we could figure out what we're going to do. So I'll stop. The only thing I will say about Haiti is that the Haitian Revolution, there are a number of different Africans that were in the Haitian slave trade in Haiti. A lot of the Africans were from Angola. And then also there were places that other Spanish and Portuguese, Spanish had taken, because, you know, that was primarily in the beginning was the island of Hispaniola. So there were lots of different Africans in Haiti at the time of the Haitian Revolution. Some, of course, were Christian, coming from different places and circumstances, Christianized for better treatment. They certainly, very few was reading. Most of the people was oral history. At any rate, it was Bookman and Cecile that began the Haitian Revolution, organized the people, did Bayo Kayaman, which was the blood sacrifice of the pig, and the battle was on. Toussaint Louverture came along later. He joined. Yes, he might have been Christianized. He joined as a leader, but and it was successful. But when he was fighting, it had nothing to do with Christianity. That Bible wasn't nowhere to be found. So I'll stop right now. I know that you put something up for me to read on someone talking about the Haitian Revolution, but the Haitian Revolution is pretty well documented as to what went on. So I gave you several different dynamics where Christianity wasn't involved: in the slave ports and dungeons, on the ships, right, and in certain plantations. And American slavery has its own characteristics.
Okay, quick question, Brother Reggie. Do you have a spiritual system currently that you follow?
Well, what does that have to do with, what does my personal situation have to do with Pan-African?
Okay, the reason why I asked this question is so that I can understand the context in the way you view your history. Because
Sure.
Go ahead.
Growing up, because of my childhood, I was a Christian. I was Baptist and Episcopalian. I was altar boy, of all things.
I was merely asking, like, currently, you know, just your current.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you who I am.
Okay.
So,
okay.
in 1986, in 1982, I met Dr. Jeffries. 82, 83, 84, we met some Africans in the class. We did this. The King of Kuko Pakawari II came to from Ghana, came to City College. We did his event. I seen an live African Durbar. And to shorten it, 1986, I went to West Africa with Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Leonard Jeffries. We went to several slave forts and dungeons, Almena Castle, Cape Coast Castle. It was there, and Goree Island later, but it was there. It was there in the slave forts and dungeons that I left Christianity. I left Christianity formally. I went into the slave port and dungeon of Cape Coast Castle. I went into the dungeon. where they held all of the male slaves. I dug the deepest pit that I could find of maybe about maybe about a half a foot, as deep as I can, and I took as much dirt as I could in my hand, and I swallowed. If they pissed, they shit. If they vomited, if they cried, if they did anything else, if they did anything else in there, my job was to devour what my ancestors had. In that ceremony for myself, I left Christianity.
And what did you pick up? Do you have nothing? Do you have a? What is?
I am a scientist. I believe in quantum physics. I believe that the answers that we look for has to do with what has happened already in the universe, and that is complementary to Nile Valley culture, and that all of that created God himself. God was never always here. The creation of a deity, or creation of a thought, came out of quantum physics. I believe that it is that stuff that created God himself, if God exists, and certainly creates an intelligence. So spirituality means to me, Brother Pip Boss, all spirituality means is the ability to communicate. The more I'm able to communicate, or people are able to communicate, the more spiritual I am. The less I am, the dumber and less spiritual that I am. So I don't wait. I don't know everything. If God cracks the sky, I would look up and I say, okay, well, maybe they were right. But until God comes and cracks the sky with 2 eyes, 2 arms, and something to crack the sky with, I believe in quantum physics.
Okay, so if you take a look, starting at the end of let's say somewhere in the first few centuries in Egypt or Kemet, that land, and the Romans come in there.
No. Wait. What period are you talking about? Because Romans.
I'm just saying at the end.
At the end?
I'm just saying at the end where kinetic science is pretty much no longer being officially taught by priests anymore. Whatever period.
We're talking about Ptolemy period. We're talking 380 to 300 BC. That's what we're talking about.
So start from there, and I'm going to take from that point up until, let's go with 1485, since we know that the Portuguese found the Congo for the first time. And when they met these Congolese, they were not very highly sophisticated in the aspect of science and technology, such as Reggie. But they have a complicated system of what they're doing, but it's nothing really complicated to the Portuguese. So in between this time of the Ptolemy until here, what we see in African continent history is that if Christianity or Islam did not find you, Islam being some form of Christianity, as they agree to a lot of things and share some of the same prophets, that if one of these systems did not find you, we do not find any type of sophisticated society. Now, you know better, share it with me. Give me
so just to deal with the analogy that you had, so if the devil gives me something to eat, then the devil, and I'm starved, and the devil created the starvation, and the devil gives me something to eat, then me working with the devil is sufficient, because he gave me something to eat, and he's the devil. See,
what about if the devil leaves you alone for a time?
The white Christians Dr. John Henry Clark said it best: the African has no friends. All the people did was come in and prey on us, look for our weaknesses and prey on us, giving us things that they themselves didn't even practice. Right? The European never practiced his form of Christianity, and in my understanding, Islam died when the Prophet Muhammad died because he did not give an heir. People took Islam and they made it for themselves and basically became Arabism. So to say that they was following the tenets of Islam outside the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, I do not. To say that these people were following Christianity outside the death of Christ, I disagree with it. All the 12 disciples didn't do. They didn't do anything but spread what they felt, but it wasn't a combined effort. They didn't work together after Christ's crucifixion, and these books were put together. And guess who got the books? Rome. Do you agree or disagree that Constantine, having his kingdom or his empire being disjointed and falling apart, found or created a system to unify, to begin to unify the people?
Hold up, let me jump in.
What Constantine did was create the same system in the aspect of synthesis, synthesize religion.
But he was a monster. See, now, I don't know, I need you to develop that, but it goes back to my concept of the devil. Constantine.
Okay, I'm gonna develop it a little bit for you. I'm gonna give it to you, Carl. Just give me 5 minutes and I'm gonna relinquish it. Okay, when you speak of Constantine, we're at 325 roughly, correct? Somewhere in that time period?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in that time period, what you call a apostle formation of Christianity had been running on the earth for approximately 300 years prior to Constantine. We have the Coptic Church of Alexandria in the 1st century, who they had this soft formation of Christianity as you describe it, and for them, they abandoned their God for Christianity. Later on, Constantine would abandon his God for Christianity, this soft form of Christianity as you speak. But my point was,
what do you mean?
Well, you said that it died with Christ, so that the perfection of Christianity died with Christ. So this soft form, this form that they took on, was
a natural, honest form. It wasn't the Conference of Nicaea.
I'm just agreeing with your analysis. Yeah, I'm just agreeing with you for the sake of the conversation. And just to say, whatever form you're claiming that they ran with, that form was strong enough to devour the Egyptian gods and the Roman gods. Also, Christianity in the 1st century was the only enemy of the state. Any other form of religion was free to be practiced.
No, Egyptian. First of all, Rome was also at war with the Ptolemies. I forgot the name. There's another group of Greeks that the Ptolemies were at war with. I'll think of it and remember. But the Ptolemy were now practicing a form of Nile Valley culture. So Constantine and his descendants began to stomp out all forms of what they called paganism, religion, including the Nile Valley culture that was practiced by Greeks, and any other type of and also giving the Hebrews a very, very difficult time at the same time. So there were a number of systems that were being stomped out at the same time.
Vespucian in the 1st century was the Roman emperor, and he caused the first decree to begin to kill Christians. There's nowhere in Roman record where they have a decree to kill off the Egyptian priest.
Okay, so you need to read Conquest of the Arab Conquest of Egypt by Butler, redone as the Arab invasion of Egypt by John Henry Clark, introduction and continued by Butler. If you read that,
then not period invasion.
The time period of the invasion of Egypt at that time,
this roughly
would be let me just look it up.
The point I'm making is that the Romans suffered no invasion during their time period until fall of Rome.
Well, there's several points. There's several. The Romans were around for a while, and so you have you have the period which I'm talking about, which is later with Constantine, but you also have the period of time where the Ptolemies are under fire, and Egypt, and they're being forced to not practice or any Nile Valley religion is not being able to be practiced.
Well, under Ptolemy, Serapis is created. This is an appeasement. This is that synthesism that Sheikh Anta Diop and Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben and Dr. Leonard Jeffries ideologies that they pushed, where we could merge ideologies. So Serapis was a form of Greek mythology combined with Egyptian theology or mythology, however you would.
Yeah, it didn't work well for the Egyptians. It didn't work well for the Egyptians. It worked well for the Ptolemies, but it didn't work well for us because we were under rule. So we were forced to be underneath them. So it didn't work well for the African, it worked well for the Ptolemies.
Okay, so are you familiar with who came in there and gave you a hand at destroying that god?
Who came in and gave us a hand at destroying what god?
Serapis. They put a big monument of Serapis in the middle of Alexandria. And this had sat there for a few hundred years. In the year 380, roughly 381, there was an uprising and a revolt, a Christian revolt. This is where Rome was fracturing into the Byzantine Empire and the Western Roman Empire. Well, the Christians went in there and tore down this statue of Serapis.
Okay, but the Nile Valley Africans had several rebellions that were crushed against the Ptolemies. So the Christians did us no favor if you think that, because at the end of that is the abused the African, the Coptic, and they also through a doctrine. I know you got to get in here at some point because those same Christians that he is trying to make were brutalizing both the Hebrews and Nile Valley Africans. So I'm just gonna have to search, and then I'm trying to figure out. There was a famous woman that was that she was murdered in one of these riots. I'm trying to forget. So Israel, I know at some point you got to comment, because the Christians weren't first of all in the first period, before Constantine made the state religion, they were violent mobs. They were violent mobs of people, and they were throwing people into the fire.
Yeah, my mic was muted. My bad. What's going on here is we dealing with chronology, and I think the method in which people use chronology is wrong. I think we have something that's stable, and then we go back in time, and going back, we see how it came to be, but we have to go back in time. So the methodology that's being used to deal with the situation, I'm not really truly feeling, you know. And then outside of that, when we dealing with Christianity, as I like to keep telling people, that it was born out of quote unquote the Jewish customs, and the Jewish customs are Israelite traditions, you know, feast days, so on and so forth. Jesus Christ, or Yahshua the Messiah, being the focal point of that, then we see most definitely Jesus the Christ. We see that the 12, the 70, and then people was added on, was first called Christians based up on a literary text, the Bible. Then even historically, you will see this same thing in the historical records, right? So these things were spread throughout the continent. 70 AD, when Jerusalem was sacked by Titus, the son of Vespasian, they dispersed. And when they dispersed, they went into Africa, right? So now you got to deal with the migrational patterns of the.
I know, but Israel, we were you're now you're at a much later point than we are. We are. I can see if you were talking about the destruction of the.
Well, during the time of Ptolemy, the Greek area of Christianity was not, you know, truly born in that sense.
Oh, it was being born. That's the whole point. Christianity was actually being born out of Nile Valley concepts. The Holy Mother, a set as the Mother of Mary. Then you have the Coptics embracing that, and having the Ethiopian Book of the Dead, where Christianity is merged like voodoo with Nile Valley culture.
Yeah, this amalgamation going on now during the time of the Romans and the Greek merging together, and the Greek receiving or stealing the legacy from the Egyptians. So now when you say Holy Mother, and then you got a mother and a son and somebody sucking on a breast and stuff, now you have the white or the Catholicism or the Catholics, when they come along, they give you Mary and Jesus, and then they combine.
Catholicism wasn't born yet, so we don't have that. We have we have concepts of the Byzantine period.
Well, Mary wasn't holy, based up even on just the KJV version. And if we go to text that existed from which they translated from, it wasn't no Holy Mother. She just birthed the child.
So these concepts were being formulated, but what Pitwas is talking about is this period where I had to figure out what the period is. But the period is roughly about 361, where there is a persecution of pagans in the late Roman Empire, thanks to the so-called Christians, where the Christians started vandalizing what they call ancient pagan temples, tombs, and monuments of Nile Valley culture throughout Egypt. Thank you so very much, Christianity. And then ultimately that will lead until the vanishing of the language.
Well, from here on out, let's use proper terminology. What the Romans dealt with was Roman Catholicism, and they put the name Christian on their paganism, right? So Roman Catholicism wasn't.
I don't believe that you could call this Catholicism at this point. I do think it's Constantine. It's Constantine.
These people are not the follower of Jesus Christ. Number one, they weren't followers. They was trying to usurp that which already exists.
Not try, they did.
Well,
it ain't no trying.
I mean, at first you gotta make an effort to. Now, after your effort is done, you either succeeded or not. So I'm talking from the point that they making an effort to take that which is already existing. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but Rome was successful. Rome.
Oh yeah, they succeeded, but like you said, we talking a time frame here. So during the time frame in which they first usurping, then they're trying now. Yes, they succeeded. Once again, dealing with chronology. When you come in this way, it makes it look bad. When you going that way, then you saying, yeah, they succeeded, and this is how they succeeded because all these things took place up to the success of what they did.
I think the only thing is I don't disagree. I just think that me and Pit Boss, I think that
let's enter a few bodies of text to see how this may help the argument. See if you might agree. Since we're in, you said roughly 381 BCE, correct?
Yes.
With the Ptolemy. Now, do you agree or disagree that there were Maccabean wars with Alexander the Great, or within the Greek context? So you agree with the books of Maccabee?
I don't agree with the books of Maccabee, but I agree that there are conflicts. Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with the books of Maccabee?
At this particular moment, no. I'm soft on the books of Maccabee.
So just to give you a quick reference of the book. The book is just simply what they asked Maccabees to do was to record the history of the battles. So, he's not really prophesying anything, just simply recording the battle that he had with the Greeks, and that's the Maccabean War.
Okay. Okay.
So it's not too much in there other than to say that they didn't exist or something like that. That one could really argue with. I mean, he's just telling you, today we killed 10,000, and today we beat them on this area of town. So that's pretty much what that is, okay? So in the context of the Maccabean Wars being fought, there is a reason he states why they rose up to fight. One, they were being Hellenized, the same way we were being Americanized. They were being forced to leave their culture and tradition under this Greek, government. And so the Greeks were not allowing them to practice their religion and trying to make them follow the Greek customs. Because of this, it pissed them off. So when you say they destroyed the temples, you didn't give context as to why.
No, I agree, but it wasn't just it wasn't just Hebrew temples, because Hebrews, of course, were they were Hellenizing them, right? It was also Nile Valley Africans. That's who I'm more concerned with.
Okay. So in the context of the Nile Valley Africans,
yes,
they were still allowed to practice a form of Coptic and demonic.
No, at the period that I'm talking about, they're being persecuted too. It forbade all pagans, so-called pagans, and it began
under the Greeks,
under Constantine.
Oh, okay. Now you're in 300 AD.
Yeah, under the period that you're talking about, you have the Ptolemies. That's not really affecting.
The Ptolemy will be 300 BC, and Constantine will be 300 AD.
Say that again.
Okay, for the Ptolemy era under the Greek.
That's correct. 380. It's about 380 BC.
True.
Okay.
And then for Constantine, that would be 600 years later.
That's correct. So the time period that you're talking about with this, with the Hellenizing, that is not affecting Egypt.
Well, it is because Alexander goes down and established Egypt, Alexandria, as a capital city.
I know, but the Ptolemies take on. Well, the Ptolemies with what the Ptolemies do is Egypt is now conquered. So Egypt is now conquered. So they, but the Ptolemies embrace the the spiritual system, religious system, science as long as they can lead it.
And
Yes.
at the same time, we had Alexander trying to make himself a god, and what the Ptolemy did is they created them a white statue amongst the black statues and put them a god up in there and created themselves a god. So at the same time, this is the synchronism that was taking place down there, that they was actually having the priests at that time to sell out and to make them a white deity because they wanted to be deified too. Is this not correct?
He was pretty accurate in saying how, see, we don't really have an Egyptian Greek war. What we have is amalgamation of the two. We have some little disputes, maybe. You can find some, small little fights, but for the most part, the Egyptians embraced the Greeks.
Well, they was conquered.
I will accept they were conquered, but it wasn't by the sword.
Reggie, you freezing up.
As well as the Greeks got the pressure off them from what would have been the Assyrians.
Yeah. So the Assyrians, the Persians, the Greeks. So Egypt, Kemet was at a disarray, and that Kemet had its own internal problems prior to all of this, with the period of this the Satis period where Taharka or Pianki first was having some difficulty. So Egypt was on its decline.
Now you have to give the Israelites and then later the Christians the respect for not conquering the Egyptians in their disarray.
No, the Hebrews were already in Babylon. So the Syrians took the northern kingdom, and the Babylonians took the southern kingdom. The Assyrians, the ones they took, they never came back. The Babylonians, they was when they were in Babylon, they were freed when Babylon lost to the Persians. And then that's where you have this Deuteronomy 28 or something like that, where they're basically worthless. Some of the Hebrew Israelites, they say that prophecy has something to do with America, but it really has something more to do with the under the Persian rule, they were worthless. They became
that was the first time they was trotting up on.
Now, Reggie, when you guys broadcast from 125th Street, for your show, oftentimes I see that you guys fly a red, black, and green flag.
Okay. Well, first of all, Sinetta is my good brother. I love Sinetta. Right? But Sinetta, I support Sinetta 89, 94%, right?
Okay.
And yes, Sinetta is RBG, right? Red, black, and green, right? And when I mean I support Sinetta 89%, it is because when I'm at Sinetta's show, even if I disagree with something, that's his show, so I give him the respect. So I just step back, right, and see how things fly. But because he's the boss of his show, so no one's going to agree 100%. But most of the things.
You disagree with the flag?
No, I do not disagree with the flag. I'm just saying that when Sinetta is doing whatever Sinetta is doing, I'm in agreement. Even if I'm in disagreement, I'm in agreement.
I got a question. Is there
With the flag. So what is your point with the flag? Because now
I would like to know the meaning. I mean, like when we don't get any mentioning of Booker T. Washington on Sonetta. We get a little Marcus Garvey. We don't get any mentioning of a Martin Delaney on the show. We don't get.
Well, I mean, you're talking just different type of content. Now, you got to understand that, Sonetta's station is evolving. So Sonetta, I came on to work with Sonetta 2 years ago to help bring more scholarship, to bring scholars involved in Sonetta's show, to strengthen the show from people who just like to talk and argue. Not saying that there's no problem with talking and arguing, but I think that Sonetta show deserves much more scholarship, and it will benefit his show, and it has benefited his show. So
we should at least give the history of the flag he's raising, shouldn't we? Should we give a proper history? Because you did bring a better quality of scholarship to the show. I enjoy. There you go. You see, now that you're representing in the fashion that you and Shaka and even Sarah Susan, you guys bring us your information with an abundance of history behind it. So because we're all gathering around this flag, it would be only proper.
Well, flag is a symbol, so it means, Brother Pitbull, as you know, look,
we know the meaning of the color.
Me and you, we talking now, right? We a little bit different, right? And you're well-read, and you're definitely, I mean, how can I say, Israel Doctrine knew what he was doing to bring you on the show, right?
Right.
Very well-read scholar, right?
I appreciate it.
That's why we can have an off-the-cuff chat just between.
Right.
So the rest of these young people, I'm 50 years old. The rest of these young people, they just joining the movement.
True.
Right?
I didn't froze out. Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay. I agree with you that, we got a lot of people watching. My thing, Reggie, is that when we, bring forth the information, various energies are going to gravitate to various information. But whatever information that they choose to be enlightened by, it should be brought forth with accurate information. And
I don't disagree, and that has been my suffering. But you do have to agree that Sonetta station right now has improved much. You have to agree that.
Yeah, he's doing quite fine.
He got a new camera and everything. I mean, he can move. He done did his George Jefferson. He can move on up.
And with the support of all of you, and even people who disagree with some small things that happen with Sonetta, because it's information. I mean, so Sonetta's around a lot of people that do a lot of circus activity, and part of this is entertainment. So we all have these outbursts, and I say, well, wow, how do we get involved in this bullshit? But at any rate,
that's part of the entertainment value of education.
Yeah, and I don't always agree with some of the stuff that's going on, and that maybe Sonetta may allow. He said, wait, Reggie, let's see what this goes. And I'm like, I don't like it. But
let's get back to the flag a little bit, because I believe the flag was birthed by a certain individual, and it stands for a certain terminology.
Okay, but that's symbolism. So whether you want to say that the flag was birthed by Marcus Garvey, and if that's what you want, if you want to say that, that's fine.
Well, here's some of the issue, Reggie. Let's see how you look at this. From the standpoint of a Christian, which is not represented on the show, everybody but the Christian is represented.
Yeah, I've been banded up.
The only Christian that you have is some crazy looking guy with some bifocals that Sarnetta likes to grab once in a while, who is really there for comedy, which is all right. It's not. He doesn't really have a name.
That's the one that japped out on Sarnetta and like.
Sarnetta has fun with it.
I'm the first actual Christian to be up on the stage.
Well, called a Christian, but you are Hebrew.
So we know that the rhetoric is that the black folks have been hijacked by the white Jesus, and we need some of this other stuff to come in and save us. This is the rhetoric. Okay, you got that. So
yeah, I agree with Sarnetta.
Okay, so there's no sweat. That's cool and then. So as let's say a 12-year-old Christian watching this show, right? He's not very well read yet. All he knows is that the adults are bashing what he loves at that moment.
He's been indoctrinated. He don't count yet.
I understand, but you still have to understand that he needs a qualified representative who can battle against you guys' level of intellect.
He's not gonna win.
The Hebrews have to go now. Huh?
He's not gonna win. See,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if he wins or he loses, right? Because
y'all talking about me, I'm right here. Y'all act like I don't exist, and I haven't been in the House of Conscience. I'm not, I've been bamboozled and jumped up on and everything.
Israelite. You're not a Christian.
The first Christian were Israelites, based up on the KJV that I read, and everybody know I stick with the Bible. So the first Christ that is recognized in the book to be the Christ is Jesus Christ, and after that his followers was called Christian, which was first Jews in Antioch. So therefore I'm the truest form. I'm an Israelite Christian. Like you got Hebrew Israelite, I'm an Israelite Christian, follower of Christ.
You never called yourself that before. You always call yourself an Israelite. I never heard you call yourself Israelite Christian.
I used to say biblical Christian, but people got on me about saying that.
Okay.
You've been adjusted?
I've never been adjusted. I've been saying that from day one. When I came out of the Israel of God, they called us.
When Sarnetta was calling you Christian, you're a Christian, you got upset. You should get upset. You say I'm an Israelite.
Because now you calling me a Roman Catholic and I'm not there.
No. He didn't call you no Roman Catholic.
That's the same thing we talking now. We talking terminology. Unless you define what a Christian is, just to use the term blatantly, then you trying to call me.
But you're calling yourself a Christian. So
did I just explain Israelite Christian or a Jewish?
The truest form of Christian, which is
Israelite. In the book, the Bible, the word Christian is first found in Acts, in Antioch. And then after that, Paul talked to Agrippa, and Agrippa say, "Oh, you want me to you trying to convert me to be a Christian?" And afterwards, Peter said, "If you suffer as a Christian, a follower of Christ, then, don't take it as this, that, and the other. Be happy and stuff." So when Sarnetta was doing what he was doing, I wasn't like, I was saying you must define what a Christian is.
Now I'm agree with Sarnetta 100%. See, you see, Pit Boss, this is the problems that we have, right?
I got it on record.
Okay, now let me step in a little quick minute, Carl, because he got a dose of your perspective, and he's still confused after hearing your perspective for a few years.
No, he's not confused. He just want to say that all Christianity is the same Christianity, and it's not.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to show, that it's a division. Just like Sarnetta did the 3-card Marley thing with Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, and then white Jesus there. He know from Khalil Muhammad that Jesus wasn't white. He know from Malcolm X because he used to be a Muslim.
That's why Sarnetta, see now I get it. See, that's why Sinetta would say, stop playing games. Stop playing games. Or you a Christian or you not. If you are Israelite, then say you're Israelite. If you're a Christian, say you're a Christian.
Israelite is nationality. Faith system is another thing. I won't say I'm an Islamic person or a Muslim. I won't say I'm a Jew, deal with Judaism. What I deal with is called Christianity based off of the Bible itself. So therefore, I'm correct always because I do not leave out of the text called the Bible. And the first ones to be called Christian in the Bible by the literary text are the Jews that follow Jesus Christ, and the Jews are Israelites to whom pertain Romans 9, to whom pertains the adoption, the glory, the covenant, the giving of the law.
Okay.
Okay, now let me give some clarity here so that you can take this back to Sonetta, and we're gonna make this very, very simple. I mean, I can go
back to polite because I think
polite don't want none of this. Polite don't want none of this.
I think. Listen, polite is probably our best logic debaters, and some of this is a logic. Pitbulls, you gotta admit
this is logic.
So I already called polite out on this. It's a record of it, and he didn't even answer to it or act like he knew about it. And I know I sent it to Sonetta polite in their inbox.
Let me give a simple definition. Let me give a simple definition, see if it makes much more logical sense, or if he's still left confused.
And he choked up on Sonetta's talking about, we going live, do you want to do this live? Then he choked up.
Okay, so just 1 minute, Carl, while I explain this. So basically where Carl went to was Acts 11, and he's in verse 26. You follow me there, Reggie?
I'm a listen. I'm not gonna open up the Bible, but I'm a listen.
No sweat. I'm just gonna read the verse. I'm reading out of King James or something. International. Okay. So here we go. And it says Acts 11:26. And when he found him, he brought him to Antioch. So for a whole year, Barnabas and Saul met with the church and taught great numbers of people. And the disciples, I repeat, the disciples were called Christians first in Antioch. Now the question is, why is the Bible indicating that the disciple is called a Christian? Because some will say, oh, well, that was a bad word. You know, that's the jargon from the non-Christians who want to tell us what it is, right? But for those who are divinely inspired to understand the word, then what you understand here is that the apostle teaching for an entire year, what are they teaching? They're teaching the lessons that they learned from the Christ who has died, and they have carried on the message. This message was divinely inspired. It was given to them by way of Christ from God. Because of this divinely inspiration, they are now Christians. That is what a Christian is, one who is divinely inspired by God. Now, after teaching this to the disciples, after the disciples taught this to their, to the people, all of those who accepted this word from them as divine by God, not upon accepting it and then living it out, they too become Christians. Let's
be honest, Pit Boss. Let's go back. This is why I need the real black atheists. Woo-ee.
We're gonna bust him on Sunday. Right? We're gonna bust him on Sunday.
Because the mistake that you are making is you have not defined Christ. Christ, once you introduce the word Christ, you are hijacked. Ooh-wee, right? Because Christ simply means the anointed one, right?
True that.
Right? And so it may move into the concept of the Messiah. However, we are now using a whole new language, right? And we're getting confused.
No,
right?
you're not.
Let him go.
Christians are you calling these people anointed ones? And what the hell does anointed mean? And are you saying, are they followers, and you're not using Hebrew? So now you can say that we are confused. Am I still on?
Yes, you there?
We can say that. Now we got this guy named Jesus Christ. We ain't got his real name. We got the right to name somebody Jesus, and now we put a title on him called Christ, and now you're all Christians.
What you're doing is really plain semantics, right? So for me to prove my case here to your semantics, I have to go back and grab the Stolen Legacy. In this book, Stolen Legacy, George G.M. James, on page 4. I'll read this to you.
Heat rock.
Huh?
Heat rock coming.
Heat rock coming. Let me grab this page because I already had that pulled up. Because I
God, you can take the Stolen Legacy from us.
Yeah, we're gonna take that from you.
Oh, I got the origins of right here by Dr. Bean.
Okay, so let me make sure I got my right thing here. Okay, I got so many pages open. Where is it?
Yeah, you ready, boy. Good course is ready, boy. He a new type of Christian, boy.
We've been watching y'all, man. We've been watching all the shows.
That's why when
we understand what you.
That's when Professor said that they was Christian before they even got on the ship. It causes a dilemma. Either he's correct with that or he's incorrect. Meaning when they was being
talking about. If you quote him out of context, you can get whatever you want, right? And use whatever you want. You gotta put him in context. So I gotta know the name of the lecture. I gotta know when he said it.
It was the one with you and him sitting down at Sinetta showing Christianity and all of that. You remember?
Okay.
You got your cap off.
He's Professor Small is a very crafty person. He's talking to Masons. He's talking to various different Christians. He's very crafty.
Let me give you this Stolen Legacy, right? In the book Stolen Legacy, I don't know if you have the book in front of you. If you don't, whatever. In the book, it's on page 4. If you don't, you can.
What's the quote? What's the quote?
The quote is this. In the this is the opening of the book here, in the introduction. This is inside the introduction, and hold on, let me scroll down right to the funny one. Okay. You have it online? Are you getting it on?
The one that I have online only has part 1. I don't.
Okay. If you have the PDF, if you put in Stolen Legacy PDF, then turn to page 8, and you'll be in there.
While I catch up to you.
Go ahead and read it.
Yeah. Go read it while I try to catch up to you.
Okay. So he says, this is George G.M. James. He said, "We can at once see how easy it was for the ambitious and even envious nations to claim a body of unwritten knowledge which would make them great in the eyes of a primitive world. The absurdity, however, is easily recognized when we remember that the Greek language was used to translate several systems of teaching which the Greeks could not succeed in claiming. Such were the translations of the Hebrew scripture into Greek, called the Septuagint, and the translation of the Christian Gospels, Acts, and the epistles in Greek. Still called the Greek New Testament, it is only when the unwritten philosophy of the Egyptians translated into Greek that has met with such an unhappy fate, a stolen legacy by the Greeks. Therefore, George G.M. James is making the claim that because the New Testament and the Old was already pre-written in another language and was being transferred into Greek, that the Greeks could not steal this information and claim it for their own or claim they created it or made it up. This is totally not their work.
It is totally not the work of who?
Of the Greeks. They translated the information. Now they stole the Egyptian information, which he's going to go through this whole book explaining how they did that.
Well,
But
Dr.
right here,
in the beginning of the show that Christianity went into Europe. It did not come out of Europe, meaning that it was on the plain of Africa. And he said Egypt, then he said Jerusalem, then he said Europe.
In this case, this is pre-Europe. This ain't got nothing to do right now with Europe.
So I see what I'm saying is when I read the verse to you,
yes,
in English, the semantics is now we got to establish what Christ is and what this is, and we're going into other languages. And what I'm trying to show you is this information was transferred into Greek, but not by the Greeks.
Oh, okay. So here's the thing. Now you got a word over here that says the Christian Gospels, right? Now you got to hello.
Yes, I'm here.
You got to know who Dr. George M. James is, right? So he's a master in several crafts, right? And he is actually under a school of thought. He's part of the Order of the Mystery Systems, claimed by Dr. Ben. And he's also has had some dealings with some European Rosicrucians and Masons. He is, whatever he believes is one thing. What he's trying strategically to do is to take the work of the person who he is really quoting, and kind of like collapse that, because this is a mystery system book, right? So let me just make sure I understand your point. You're saying that this document that was converted into Greek is what?
These are Israelites who is doing the translation into Greek, because they are the masters of their language and their religion. So they also are Hellenized, so they are fully understanding the Greek. So now they need to take their language and their tradition for the new Hellenized Israelites who only speak Greek.
You're correct.
And bring them back into the traditions of their past. So they began to translate the Old Testament into the Septuagint. And in doing so, when it came to the name Jesus in the Greek, it would be Iosis, spelled with an I, because at that time they didn't have the letter J and therefore. But nevertheless,
Israel, you agree with him?
I did with the transliteration of the name Jesus, Iosis.
Okay, but I mean, what Pit Boss is saying is certainly what George M. James is saying is, well, I'm seeing this as the manufacture of the Bible from a foreign document.
I got the chronology of Dr. Ben right here.
And what I read this is, and from my teachings of Dr. Ben, is that none of this stuff was ever translated from Hebrew. It was directly translated from Egypt into Greek. And the Septuagint, right, is merging thoughts that they have from Babylon Hebrew to merge and create a Christian document. So all of this and we know this is because you have loan words in the Bible that are 100% Greek that shouldn't be in the Bible, right? So we have a number of words like Pharaoh, that we find that this word
that's not See, now you're talking about the English Bible.
Right, but
Now you
I'm talking about anytime you use the word Pharaoh,
we're talking about the King James. Now you're talking about the King James.
Well, the thing is, the Bible
about Hebrew too. I'm talking about in Hebrew. The word in Hebrew is para, right? And that word does not that word is not an Egyptian. It means the great house.
Right, but the thing is, we're not speaking Hebrew, we're not speaking Aramaic, nor is we speaking Greek. And this Bible had to come to the English-speaking people in the English translation.
No, we're not dealing with English. We're not dealing with English.
We're not dealing with English. We're dealing with the Bible that we have today, and the Bible we have today is say Pharaoh. No?
No,
we're talking about
Paro. It's Paro in the Hebrew.
Right, but that's a whole other thing. I don't want to get caught up in Pharaoh.
No, I understand because I understand why. I'm talking to Pitwash because what I'm saying is that this document was never ever converted from Hebrew into Hebrew into Greek. It was created in Greek, right? From
Hebrew to Greek, from Greek to English.
Then what you have to do to correct the information for our children is you have to go and get a big black marker and you have to cross the line out in the book Stolen Lexicon. You have to indicate these flaws to these PhDs who had the ability to use those words.
I think the Stolen Legacy is doing exactly what it's supposed to do because it's making the case that if you're able to, if you can read it literally and you can step back and understand what's going on. You see that George James is under certain type of supervision, so he has to say some things in his craft.
Well, we can't make that argument. We can't make that argument just for George James. I mean, anybody that's in the craft system is limited in statements because of oaths or whatever.
We also have the Coptic Bible.
That's correct.
Now, the Coptic Bible was translated also into Greek.
Yes. I mean, well, there's a couple other languages here. We have Aramaic, right?
True.
So we have the lingua franca of the day, which is the Greek. Greek is the lingua franca. Greek is the lingua franca right now of this time period.
So that means people.
Your claim is that the Septuagint exists, and then also the Coptic Bible, but the Coptic Bible written in Coptic was not translated from the Greek to Coptic, but from Coptic to the Greek.
That's correct.
So because the Coptic is not the original, it came from the Hebrew.
The Coptic. I guess the Coptic is the closest from not Hebrew, Aramaic. See, the problem is that they're not speaking Hebrew. Who's speaking Hebrew at this particular time? That's the problem.
Only people who can speak the Hebrew are the master teachers.
Okay.
They've forgotten the language. Everyone else is speaking what they're speaking. Rather than you also have to remember that these men also traveled to Hebrew lands.
These dudes is peasants and farmers. They ain't traveling nowhere.
What's the premise that we dealing with right here? Because
I'm talking about areas that are not speaking Greek.
Right, but what's the premise of the fact that the Bible had to be translated to get it into the publishing that we got today called the KJV.
Well, I mean, the basic thing.
We didn't get there. We
But I understand what's the premise of
Here it is. Here it is. The reason why we have to go through these semantics is because just by trying to use the conversation in English and explain to you what is the purpose of why the Israelites would have their name changed to Christians, those that would follow the teachings of the Christ. That is the basics of it. I can get very detailed
in the simple
scriptures.
Even simple than that, you have a prophecy say he will come and he will have this spirit on him and he will preach to the poor. He will do this, he will do that. And that same spirit, just like a prophet unto Moses, he came and that spirit that was on him was on his disciples because he gave them the words. So now they speaking Christ's words, which was his father's words. So therefore they had the same anointing. So when you say anointing, and we're trying to deal with that now, yes, they had the same anointing on them.
Okay, now, like I said, I agree with Carl to some degree, but if I was to get into a breakdown from my perspective of how I was taught and understood the Bible, I'm going to be a lot different. I'm not representing the ideologies of the Hebrew Israelites that you guys have been.
I don't represent no Hebrew.
I'm not talking about.
I gotta throw my disclaimer because anytime somebody say Hebrew Israelite,
no. I'm talking to Reggie. You know where I'm coming from.
Right, but there's an audience out there listening too. So
I'll break it down for the audience, but I'm talking specifically to Reggie.
Because I'm not on this, but there are other people who would just take this line and say Israel doctrine didn't say nothing when they called him a Hebrew Israelite, and he would be caught. So he got to issue his disclaimer. But
so just to put this out there as one more combination to the lock, what also hasn't been represented is what is known as, this is going to be a new word, I believe, for you, Reggie. So I'll give it to you so that you can research it, and next time we have opportunity to speak, you'll have some background. But it is called a preterist perspective of the Bible.
The what? The what?
There you go. That's what I was looking for. The what? A preterist.
A preterist. Spell it.
It is P-E-R-T-E-R-I-S-T.
I-S-T. Terrorist. No. P-E-R-I-S-T.
T-E-R-I-S-T.
P-E-R.
P-R-E.
P-R-E. Yes.
T-E-R.
P-E-R.
I-S-T.
Oh, shoot. I don't know this word.
Of course you don't.
y'all ain't been watching my channel. That word is all over my channel now, but go ahead.
Okay.
I have to ask Polite about this word.
Polite don't have a clue. Trust me. I've been watching Sonetta since y'all was rocking the bells with LL Cool J. None of you do. None of you have heard of it. None of you have encountered it. None of you have battled it. You wouldn't have a clue to the things that we say. But I won't get into trying to battle that. I'll let you read about it and quickly understand that Tazariak, I don't care who you name, none of them is ready for this. This would be exciting to the listeners.
The debate I had in Memphis, Reggie, he was a preterist. That's why I said people have missed out because they haven't been following my channel. But go ahead.
Okay, but taking that, see, for me to bring this Christian Pan-African perspective to the fold of the family, not to take away from Kemetic what they bring, not to take away from the 12 tribes what they bring, not to take away anything that anyone brings, because what we do is we are not trying to force you into anything. What we want at the end of the day is an economic program. We want to institute ideas like Reggie's economic.
Well, we need a moral ethnic basis where we have ethics. That's what we more in the first 48, they would say, because there's a dead body out there called.
So in taking this, in taking my understanding and perception of the Bible, right, and applying it to how do I operate in a world of white supremacy? How do I defend myself from this perspective? What good is the information if I can't apply it, right? So when I look at information and I go to study the information, this is going outside the Bible. That's one thing. We can have a debate if, we believe that Christ returned already. So we don't got to get into all of that. I mean, we could have a debate just on that, but that's how far different the perspective is. But as I look, who I find with preterist view, I find Booker T. Washington, who has a famous quote that he is not waiting on a heaven of the future, but a heaven right here on earth that he's going to develop right now. And then I look to see, what did he believe? What inspired the Bible? What did he do when he found that inspiration? He built a system. This is good for Reggie. The name of his system: science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Now, if I do the history, where did he get that from? Well, he got it from the great Cometics. One could argue that, who loved Kemetic. I could argue that with the Bible. I can argue all information and never leave the Bible. I can argue the Big Bang Theory in Genesis. I can just use the Bible and bring science out of the first verse. I can get into that. But for this sake of this conversation, those are conversations.
Well, I don't got no, the basis of preterism right now is that I'm looking at is basically a tool in which you use to analyze the world. I don't see
hermeneutics when you deal with that. Number one, when you've been dealing with Israel doctrine, there's a hermeneutics to it. And the way that people get in it and break down the scriptures from the figures of speech. And
I understand. You Christians could go back and forth on preterism. This is not me and Pitbull. We ain't got no problem because none of this is necessarily getting in the way with our progress. So that's a tool that he uses. You don't use that tool, Israel. You don't use preterism.
Partial.
Okay, so you're partial preterism.
Yeah, it's because all preterism mean is some prophecy has been fulfilled.
That's okay. So I got no when my Black City sovereignty plan, I just believe in good government, right? Sure. I believe that we just need a good government for our people, using all of the tools, but just not pushing any particular religion, just doing good government. So I don't have a problem. I don't have a problem with pit boss. I don't have a problem with your faith. I don't really have a problem with your faith, Israel.
now look at this. Now Reggie.
However, Reggie, way of progress, when it gets in the way of us doing something, I have a problem.
And real quick, Reggie, on Facebook, our group, we just established it for you guys. It's called the Fraternal Order of Pan-Africanism. It's just
why gotta be fraternal? I mean, why is it?
Because fraternal is brotherly.
Is it masonry based?
No, the word fraternal is represent.
No, but it's a code pitfall. It's a code word. Anytime you use fraternity,
the code word is it's for brotherly, so that we unite, right? It's the Fraternal Order of Pan-Africanism. All it is a study group. You can analyze the name.
I understand, but
what I'm trying to say.
Are you a Mason? Or you can't tell me?
No, I'm not a Mason.
But you do understand that anytime you use the word fraternal, it has connotations.
Yes, you can draw from it what you will, because I have a complete dialogue that we can sit for 2 hours while I break that down for you, but without complicating, just to say what the page is doing. What we decided to do is first we'll educate you on the history from Pan-African, our perspective. You may agree, you may not. Within that is Brother Reggie's program. Your economic program is already on our page without saying the word Brother Reggie. I've never read your program, and I know your program is on my page because I went to the system that gave us Black Wall Street. And your system, if it was to be effective, it would do two things. It would, one, strengthen the economic empowerment of the community, and at the same time fight white supremacy. Because white supremacy is the idea that there are another group who controls our economics.
That's correct. But the only slight difference is that Black Wall Street was a corridor. And so it had limited power because it was the city itself that moved against Black Wall Street. It was the city itself that covered the crimes against Black Wall Street. It was city ordinance that was used to destroy Black Wall Street. My plan is to take over Black cities or populate cities that are populated largely by us, so that we can control everything in the city. The police department, huh?
There was more than one Black Wall Street.
Yeah, but let me throw something on the table right quick, because when we started with what Pan-Africanism is and where it started at on the slave ships, or even in the pits in which Reggie congested and stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Congested? What you mean?
He ate, or whatever you said. You said you ate it, right?
Oh, yes. The soil, yes.
Yeah, right. So starting from that, like I said, it was Black liberation. And from every African perspective, they had a theology, a study of God, just dealing with this, right? And now we have African Americans out here as a polite Sarah Susan Seti and an architect, which is atheist.
They my people. It has nothing to do with.
They my people too, but they need, just like
atheism could be a form of religion.
Yeah, you gotta believe that there's no God.
That's correct.
Belief system.
Form of religion.
Yeah. So, you know.
And you do whatever you can to make that rational, so it becomes a belief system.
Yeah.
And see, that's the purpose for the reason why Pan-African would be pushed strong from the Christians, because they have a compassionate, and I'm not talking about white Christians and what they do.
But wait, hold on, let me just fix this, right? Because Uncle Cat is a real Black atheist, and that has a whole different connotation.
And the white atheists are real white atheists.
No.
Equivalent. They still equivalent.
What Uncle Tech is a walking contradiction.
Nope. Well, qualify yourself real quick, and then at some point Uncle Tech can get on, but he's no walking contradiction.
He's a walking contradiction.
The statement in his name. The name, the real Black atheist, the title is a contradiction.
Hold up, let's deal with a lot of them contradictions.
No, it's not. He defines what.
Hold on. Because I think I'm the man to talk about atheism more than anybody on the line. So
just in case you're watching, look, just in case you're watching, arrows up.
No, that's the Magi.
Okay.
Right? Then
always real Black.
Uncle Cat. Let's look at the contradictions, right? Number one, you say you're a God killer, but then you say
a white God killer.
Listen though, you say you're a God killer,
A white God killer. You don't get it.
He don't say a what God killer. He just say God killer with no explanation. Same way we was talking about Christian earlier with no definition or no explanation of where this word come from, how many people holds it, how many people, you know what I'm saying? So God is God. Killer is a killer. And if you a God killer,
he's a Theos killer.
No, he didn't say a Theos killer. That's when you get into atheists.
He said the nature killer, because he said that God is the nature.
Natural.
He says the natural, so he's the nature killer.
So now look,
he's not the nature killer.
I mean, that's what he told me, that the word God represents nature.
Hold up, y'all keep cutting me. So if you say you're a God killer, you have to believe there's a God to be killed or murdered.
No, he's talking about people's minds.
No. We not.
Think about what's in your mind, Israel.
Hold up. Number one, Unc is not here. Unc can be here right the link. But at the same time,
let's not talk about
Unc. Unc has a definition for his real black atheism. That's why I said y'all speaking on it and y'all haven't studied it to the degree that I have. So what you're saying is not correct based up on his definition. Right? Because number one, he just put real in front of atheism, and black atheism existed before the real black atheist existed. He was on a show in Atlanta called Black Atheists of Atlanta. So he was a black atheist before he found himself to be real about it. So, like I said, it's a walking contradiction.
No, it's not a walking contradiction because he defines exactly what it is.
So what's a black atheist?
So hold on, real quick. History defines the first atheist in 500 BCE, where they were Greeks going against the state religion at the time, which was Greek mythology, which in turn, by the words of G.M. James, was really Egyptian mystery system. So they were going against the Greek mythology at the time. To go against the state religion was to be an atheist.
Secretism.
After that, later on, during the times of the Christians also went against the pagan religion of the Romans, and the Romans would deem them atheists and feed them to the lions. They were considered atheists because they went away.
And he stated that to me plenty of times saying, Carl, you should be Israel, you should be an atheist because you don't believe in the state-sponsored religion.
Well, you gotta read what Uncle Keck says. He is not a black atheist, right? Either because apparently being a black atheist really means that you're an atheist with a little bit more melanin in your skin, but you practice atheism
and
like
that's what he was, and that's what he was, and he had to brand himself.
A black atheist does not know history. A black atheist does not want to learn about Africa, thinks all things about Africa are stupid. A black atheist does not know or understand the African God concept.
Now, what does he say?
Black atheist does not know or understand the African God concept, even though the word God and the God concept were first created by Africans. That's just tomfoolery. So what I am is a real black atheist because at the source of atheism is a Greek philosopher named Thales. And if you can understand what Thales studied, who he learned from, and how he studied affected his life and the lives of early Greek philosophy, you will understand real black atheism.
He had a few fallacies on there, but we'll go with that.
Okay, so Uncle Keck has defined himself. He's not a black atheist, but he says though, when you say he's a God killer, he says a black atheist does not know or understand the African God concept, even though the word God and the God concept were first created by Africans. So he is saying that in his studies allow him to understand the African God system, whether or not he believes that himself or another or some capacity, or none of it at all, at least he includes it. He studies it.
All right. Now, let me just add one point, Carl. Now, with those concepts, and you and share, and I'm just calling them heroes, but admirers, various men such as Dr. Clark and Dr. Ben. You guys share these men in common as far as you appreciate highly their work.
Not only their work, Dr. Clark is my extended grandfather. He went to my funeral. I was Dr. Clark's pallbearer. I was with Dr. Clark. Dr. Clark was my hero. He was my elder. He was my friend.
But I'm just, I don't mean to be disrespectful in what I'm saying. I'm just speaking from an ideology perspective, not from the person. You know, when I critique Dr. Jeffries, I'm critiquing the ideology, not the person. You understand?
Well, an aspect of an ideology, you're completely
just aspects of it. I don't even disagree with none of these men all the way. You know what I mean? Like, I read their books, and that's how I know I disagree with them, or for the points I do disagree with, because I've read it. But in that sense, here's the deal. When I put the measurement of the information, let's say over 50, 60 years, I don't have any infrastructure built from the delivery of the information.
Because they're scholars. So, Pip Ross, there's a difference between a leader, a scholar, and an organizer.
I absolutely agree.
Dr. Jeffries is a scholar, not a leader unless he was an academic leader, right? He led his department. He influenced other leaders. Dr. John Henry Clark was a scholar, professor. He influenced El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, Malcolm X, but Dr. Clark was not a leader.
I agree. Okay, wait. You're absolutely on point. So my paradigm, where I'm coming from with this Pan-Africanism being placed upon Booker T, and I'll just use two, Marcus Garvey, is practicality of the information taught produced infrastructure. Therefore, they have the best mind. Now, there was a school of thought created in the images of Booker T and W.E.D. Du Bois. W.E.D. Du Bois is one of Jeffries. I would say he's an admirer of W.E.D. Du Bois.
But also Booker T. Washington, his mother, who I know, Leola Jeffries, raised both brothers up under Booker T. Washington and Du Bois. That was part of their household.
Yeah, but he left the square of the teaching. You see, like you left Christianity. So 100 years from now, it doesn't matter, as someone explains to me how Reggie was a pallbearer for the church. He left that for something better for himself.
He synthesized it. He added the components.
He synthesized it.
He synthesized it.
Let me show you who all went away from the teaching. Elijah Muhammad went away. The Master Moore, what's his name?
Noble Drew Ali.
Noble Drew Ali.
The Prophet Noble Drew Ali.
Yeah, he went away from this teaching, right? So they created institutes. I'm just using them two because they're huge, you know, according to the program. So we have the Nation of Islam.
I can hear you. I'm gonna get some water. Keep talking.
No sweat. So we have the Nation of Islam and their institution, and we have Noble Drew Ali and his institution, and we can find that they got their start working with Garveyism. Many of them were Garveyites, and they were on their square. They chose to be masters of men and create their own systems. Now, you and I in 2015, we have history that we can examine to see what works and what's not working. And when you sit back down, I'm going to introduce you to another word, and that'll be the non-economic liberalism.
Yeah, but y'all keep trying to throw my black liberation theology out the door like liberation is in the key when you being oppressed by any system. And that a lot of blacks was oppressing other blacks. So now when we dealing with theology, who deities are truly oppressing them or liberating them from the systems or even the kernel mindsets that are having our people in trap. But go ahead, y'all talking what y'all was talking about.
What I'm saying about black liberation theology, there are many characters that have what they call black liberation theology. So it's too varied to analyze, because you can't say that one person preaches black liberation theology. You might say Adam Clayton Powell preaches a black liberation theology. You might even say that Nat Turner preached a black liberation theology. Different methods, different time periods, different.
But let me bring something to your focus here, because all of those men did what they did, but they didn't change the paradigm of the way black leaders.
It's a paradigm. I'm a paradigm.
I'm going to explain to you the specific paradigm, and then you'll understand, because Leonard Jeffrey comes from one of these paradigms. Okay, I'm going to Booker T and W.E.D. Du Bois, right? I'm taking this moment. Here we have the industrial education that Booker T is pushing. You agree with that, right? The STEM program. He's teaching men to have technical skills.
He's the vocation now.
Yeah, so he's a vocational training. He believes in hard work. Get out there and work, right?
There's more honor in
Hold on. Let me lay this down, Carl. Let me lay this down, and then.
He's been waiting all night. He's been waiting all night to do this.
So then on the other side of the perspective of Booker T, you have W.E.D. Du Bois. He is classified as an intellectual, very, very astute, right? Now, he's not quite a leader. He's more of a scholar. And Booker T just has these leadership qualities, right? That's why he's able to amass people together and build schools and get people to follow him. And by natural selection, he's promoted to this level of the artificial president of black people. And this became an issue for the white people. And to combat this system, they would create an ideology that we would know to become the talented 10, also liberal arts. And they would start this program at Morehouse here in Atlanta. Huh?
Who was started?
Morehouse.
But you're saying that the talented 10 was before Du Bois?
Yeah, the talented 10th, the ideal and concept came from a white guy. I'll get you his name, about 10 years before. He just emphasized it.
I think that you're gonna have to fix, because I think Sigma Pi Phi was already in existence, and Du Bois joined Sigma Pi Phi.
I got you, but I'll get you the information in just because.
You know who Sigma Pi Phi is, right?
Yes. I'm just trying to lay down something real quick so that you could understand. When you go look at Morehouse College, right? We do not yet have a system, a black school for the liberal arts ideology for the black folk. Morehouse would become this system, would become this school. Those that would go to this school under the W.E.D. Du Bois and all of those who would come into this system, they would get this liberal arts training. This would redirect the intellect from what Booker T was doing over here. So now we have a double parallel rolling in black ideology. You got liberal arts thinking, and you got this vocational industrial thinking, right? So the debacle between the two is the issue. So as you get into Booker T, he says, don't leave the South. Stay here and become an economic power.
Cast your buckets down where you are.
Cast your buckets here. On the other side of the thing, it's, hey, come up here to Harlem and come get this liberal arts training. And in comes the Renaissance. Booker T is killed or dies, whichever way you want to look at it. And shortly after, within 5 years, all of a sudden, black folks got a bunch of money riding around in big whips with cocked hair and the gay fascism and all of this stuff. Social.
So the only thing that I would like you to add, because I'm not, the only thing is I'd like to add, because when you start talking about Morehouse, right? You get Morehouse is from just an internet source or on Morehouse's page itself. You get it organizing itself in 1787, right? Springfield Baptist is the oldest independent American church in the United States, and then it forms itself. The school's primary purpose was to prepare black men for ministry and teaching, and Augusta Theological Institute is Morehouse College. Augusta Theological Institute.
Do you know who Morehouse is?
Huh?
Do you know who Morehouse is? The school is named after someone.
Yeah, but it's not at the beginning. It's not named after. It's not in the beginning. It wasn't. It seemed to be renamed. Let me just see something. So then in 1879, the Augusta Theological Institute, which you should be happy because it's Christian. Frank Walls seem to have gotten involved. And let me just see when Morehouse was. Let me see. Okay, national noted educated mentor, the Reverend. No. Where is Morehouse? Oh, okay. So this is strange because okay. So it says upon the death of founder 1913. Atlanta Baptist College was named Morehouse College. So this was coming into being early from some theological training.
Just understand that it's a white college about to be given to the blacks, funded by the white folks, operated by blacks. Concept is not going to be economic. It's not going to be industrial education. You are not about to become masters of men. You're about to become philosophizers and wisers of the sort.
I understand pitfalls, but I'm just saying if you're going to talk about Morehouse College, right? You just need to knock down the dates and the place.
I'm giving them to you. In 1920, 1919. This is right after
1913, upon the death of Atlanta Baptist College, already a leader in preparing African Americans for teaching and the ministry, expanded its curriculum and established a tradition of educating leaders for all areas of life.
The paradigm I'm trying to show you is this system of teaching was put together to combat one person and what he's doing. Booker T. Washington. You can go to 1913, and Booker T is a problem. He is teaching black men to be masters of men. In 1901, Booker T produced more millionaires than both Harvard and Yale combined. This is a problem. And so
I don't disagree that there was a conflict between Booker T Washington views and others.
So this is why I add in Harold Cruz.
Okay.
I bring Harold Cruz into the picture, the social critic in 1967. What happened from the Renaissance era, where Dr. Clark took a trip up there so he could get a good education. He fell in love with a man's writing. He was a playwright. His name was Henrik Ibsen, so much so that he adopted his name. He became part of this, if you want to say, elite thinkers, our social leaders, this talented 10, this group that wants to control the masses. Instead of the masses saying, yo, this is what we want to do, they want to have the 10% make the decisions. This ideology, I understand that you're going to disagree, because I would have to sit with you on a side note and give you all my notes, because I've been working on this for years along with a small team, and we coming with it. Like, we coming with it.
You coming to trample.
Well, we not coming to knock nobody out the game. We coming to bring these Pan-African to the real Pan-African.
I don't have a problem, Pit Boss, with able, well thought out concepts and analysis. I do not have a problem with Booker T. Washington, except for the Booker T. Washington paradigm. What's your definition of paradigm? Forget
the paradigm is, there's two paradigms that are operating parallel. There is the.
What is a paradigm? If anybody listens to this call, they don't know what paradigm is. Our people, these are new words, just like the word.
I read your definition, Reggie, so don't say I don't know.
Preterist. So I don't know preterist. What's your definition of paradigm? Israel Doctrine knows what a paradigm is. What's a paradigm?
The paradigm is just simply a model, a pattern, just you know, your template, your prototype, whatever your model is. This
Absolutely
is
not. Absolutely
this
not.
is my definition. I mean, you asked me.
No, that is not your definition. It's like if I use preterist wrong, either it's right or wrong. A paradigm is not a model. It's more than a model. It's a set of rules, written and unwritten, that influences how you think to solve a set of problems. And
I agree. That's a more technical definition. I mean, I was just speaking plain English for, I don't know, you know, how high level his audience.
It's an established scientific organization in which we see the future, and when the rules start to change. So when people start thinking differently, then we know that their paradigm is expanding, it's a shifting, right? Or it's failing because people realize that it's not successful.
Wait a minute, because here is where I have to include that there is a deliberate attack. See, you can't introduce crack to my neighborhood, and because my neighborhood starts to falter, tell me that our ideas are wrong. When you are integrating something that is contaminating us.
Well, hold up. Let me deal with this paradigm just by what Booker T said, and he said both of them in a proper order, right? He says, much honor in tilling a field as it is writing a poem. You have the worker and you have the intellect, right? Now, people would think the intellectual is supposed to tell the worker what to do, right? This is how the paradigm works now. To fix the problem is not working by your hand and actually doing the work, but it's being intelligent enough to tell this person. You know what I'm saying? And that's where the paradigm shift come from. People start wanting to be intellectuals, like we have a conscious community, and we're dealing with the liberal arts over there, and we dealing with, you know, scholarship and academia, and no one is willing to do basic what they call what is called when you got a small organization. It's called a what's the term? Grassroots organization, where they actually out here putting in work on the ground and putting their hands in the soil, even putting their hands on the young minds and the young people and raising them up. Instead of telling them go read a book, you don't tell them go read a book and write an article. You go out there and put the actual work in, and that's how you cultivate the community or cultivate the young minds in the ground that need to be cultivated, by showing instead of putting the pen to the paper. And this is what Booker T said. You got to take honor in building and raising up a community, and then once you got a community in order, then you can send people off to be intellects and bring back all this other stuff that's needed in the community.
So, okay. No, I feel the same way. That's good.
I ain't mean to shut y'all, you know, I ain't mean to.
I mean, that was good. That was a good little interjection for information. But so here's the deal in this aspect, Reggie. When we introduce our ideas to a platform such as Shinetta TV or Shinetta Studios and whatever else is being created, right? And everything, every idea coming into the fold is under scrutiny. And so we create these large debates so that we can scrutinize various information coming into the fold. At the same time, something original is happening with the aspect that we are in control of a platform to disseminate information. We didn't have this tool 5 years ago with this kind of ease. You know what I mean? You guys are reaching Australia and Africa from a living room couch.
Shout out to Shinetta Studios, Shinetta TV.
That was prophecy. The gospel got to go throughout the globe, and what other way to do it than the internet?
So,
it got nothing to
prophecy, man.
Okay, so prophet. So I don't understand this prophecy stuff. So we in your concept that us getting on a slave ship, getting our ass kicked, losing millions of lives is prophecy. See, that's why I'm not a Christian. See, that's
the prophecy of mine.
The problem comes in when people is not adhering to that which is written, and they're going by people mouth.
You hear to what's written, you still getting your ass kicked.
Hey, for me, Reggie, I'm not going to tell you that Deuteronomy 48:28 is the slaves getting on the ship. I'm not going to give you that.
Who said that's in Deuteronomy 28?
You know, those kind of content.
Who said that's in Deuteronomy 28?
No, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that Carl is preaching that at all. I'm saying that there are.
Now y'all trying to quote biblical prophecy, and the prophecy might not all be in Deuteronomy 28. So if you don't quote Deuteronomy 28, do it right.
I don't believe. I just listen. I hate to do that. I just hear Hebrew Israelites. You're not Hebrew Israelite, so you Christian. But I hear Hebrew Israelites start talking about
Israelite Christian.
You're Israelite Christian. So this is brand new to me. I'm gonna tell Shinetta.
I've been sitting back watching, like if they only knew how to just deal with that conversation in one. See, if you go to the chapter, and I know you don't like opening up the Bible, but later on when nobody's watching, Reggie, I want you to peek into chapter 24 of Matthew. And in this chapter, this mythological Jesus is going to be talking to his mythological apostles. And they ask him an important question. Can you tell us when the end of the age or when the end of the world will be. In a private conversation, he begins to yell off prophecies. Now, we have all long debates about these prophecies, and we're waiting on Jesus and all of these types of things through all the various things. For me, all of that's been fulfilled. Everything you're talking about.
I understand, but my problem is, since I study Nile Valley culture for science, we have the disciples. The disciples are the 12 hours of the day, right? Male, and then 12 hours female of the day. We talk to our disciples every day.
Hold
on
one second,
Yeah, that's where you get the number 12 from. You get the number 12 from the ombuid. So, I hear you.
Well, see, the only point I was trying to make out here is that.
One sec, y'all.
Go ahead.
I got some callers and they was hitting me up and I muted my mic so y'all didn't hear them. Somebody want to ask Reggie a question.
Let's get it.
I don't talk to everybody. I'm talking to Pit Boss tonight. I ain't talking to everybody.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. He might.
I mean, most of the people they trying to attack me.
Ain't nobody gonna attack you on my time.
Yeah, they do.
But you think I let somebody attack you? Come on, Reg.
They might get it in before you can mute them.
Nah, I don't. I mean, number one, buttholes don't come listen to my shows because they already know I'm a butthole. So go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I actually appreciate Reggie's scholarship. I think he's elevated along with other architects and Squad and a few others.
So what's your name? Because I ain't really catch your name. What's your name? You brothers are having an excellent show tonight. And again, Brother Reggie spoke one time on the Squad Raw Talk. But I thought I was going to be on it now, so I asked Brother Reggie this. It's kind of a little off the subject, but I'd like to make a statement also if I can one time. The statement would be, I think that the Christianity question that you brothers were discussing, it's not for, you're not putting it in full context. It's almost an assumption to assume that every Judean or Israelite was a Christian. And it's almost like you're viewing it through that paradigm, because you had Judeans or Jews in Carthage and in North Africa in BC times. They didn't even know anything about the changes that were taking place, and that's documented. The changes that were taking place in Judea, the politics and what was going on. There was some contact you can see, but so we got to separate that. We got to have context on that. And also, you also had Judeans who were still in Africa. I mean, remember, we're talking about Africans anyway, based on Soriano's previous studies. So we're talking about African anyway. But the question I had. Hold up, before you go to the question now. One sec, let's deal with that just a little bit. If you go to Acts and Pentecost, you'll see that they kept the feast days, and the feast day of Pentecost, which is the 50th, basically what Pentecost means. Then you had Jews, Israelites that came up from all over. And you will read about some of them places down there in Africa, which they came up and they start learning about this thing. You know what I'm saying? That's when you hear Peter saying that he was crucified, this, that, and the other. And they said, what should we do? And he started baptizing. That's when they start adding on to the church at that point. So, as you say, all Judeans or all Israelites did not follow Christ, but those that did, he added on to the church daily, those that heard this gospel and wanted to be a part of that movement. So
I hear you on that. And I agree from a biblical perspective. But you have to remember that we are researchers, we're historians, we study anthropology, we study archaeology. So we have to corroborate that with evidence on the ground as well to give proper context. So that means you have to find letters for migration patterns or movements back and forth, show and establish contact to make that scripture come alive to a person who's looking at it from the historian.
From a secular point of view.
For evidence, evidentiary.
Yeah, from a secular intellectual point of view.
No, because this is what we do. And this is how I started. I used to do the same thing. And I said, you know what, it has to be more to this than just reading it out of the Bible and running. Because there are a lot of literal interpretations that, or I should say, interpretations in the Bible that people are just making this stuff literal. And when you look at the evidence on the ground, it gives you a little bit more context. And that kind of leads me to the question that I was going to. But I hear what you're saying, and I agree with you.
You can ask the question now.
Yes.
You can ask the question now.
Oh, okay. The question I had was, I've spoken with you before, and I know you can't speak for them. I've spoken with others. I've been seeing pretty much every scholar you can think of that works since 2009. And keeping up with it. And there seems to be a push to minimize the Judean influence in the Levant, in Africa, or let's just say in the region, period. And if you look at in the Metro Museum, Brother Reggie, I know you've been there, based on what I know you said, they have Sennacherib's monument there.
Okay, wait, say that again. Where is the monument?
Hold up, he didn't hear your statement, brother. Restate that, please.
Okay.
What monument?
It's Metro Museum.
Hey, brother, can you get on the Google Hangout?
I got it on my iPhone. But
Okay, no, but what museum? The Metropolitan Museum?
yes.
Okay, what do they have there?
They have the Assyrian, in particular, Sennacherib's monument there of his big victories in the Levant.
I think they have pieces of it. If it's not Shereshnev, it's the one after it. But I think that they have pieces of the monument. Yes, we walked through it. Yes.
Okay. Now, let me do this. They have a tour going right now from Assyria to Iberia, and I think they're moving it the exhibition. Like they'll have the museum take it somewhere.
Yeah.
Okay. During the invasion, he listed and recorded his invasion of Judea.
That's correct.
Then he captured. Huh?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. In that, it says he captured 46 walled cities or fortified cities, fortresses, I'm quoting directly from it, and small settlements in their environments, which were without number. I had ranks shutting down and battering rams brought up. The assault of foot soldiers, stabbing, breaching, and siege engines. I brought out of them 200,150 feet, young old, male and female, horses, mules, donkeys, camels, sheep, goats, so on, which were without number. And I counted them as food. The Assyrian account recorded by Sennacherib's tribes in 694 BC. Okay, my question is this. 46 cities is not a minuscule or minor people. And this is just in the south. This is only Judea. And they have 46 walled cities. Why is this push to minimize the influence in the region? Because as we know, they follow the slave route. Any major kingdom or any kingdom period, if they're of any significance, are going to have control of the slave route, which whether it be the Syrians, whether it be whatever, in their area, they're going to control trade. And you can be a minor kingdom take over an area where trade routes become a major kingdom overnight. Because the Assyrians or the Egyptians don't care who's there. They're going to deal with whoever's there. And so we see the Judeans out there. And so my question to you is why is this not talked about? Why has there been no full disclosure publicly by historians such as yourself, lecturers, spokespersons, speakers, to bring this out, to make this public? Because we're not talking about one city. We're not talking about 1,000 people.
You're muted, Reggie.
Who had numbers of 200,000 that just got taken into captivity.
All right, one second. He's muted. He can't really answer you right now. You got to unmute yourself.
Okay.
So state the last part of that question so he can address it. Why haven't any?
It was just to give a little bit more context to it. I said they took the Assyrians.
Yeah, just
200,000 people.
Get straight to the point so he can answer it. I think this.
He's got a good point. I hear his point. Different scholars or people who handle different things from different perspectives and different biases. I think Pit Boss can agree on that, right? So can Israel, right? It is not in their study program to make an analysis of what was in that region. However, in that region, I was just trying to pull it up. What's not clear is that was where in Shureshinev's comment does it say that it's Israel? Where does he say that what they conquered in that region was Israel? Where does he say it?
I'm basing that off, as I'm pretty sure you've read Bible unearthed by Israel Figure Scan.
This is the primary text. So when you bring out something like that, right, you're bringing out a primary text. So where does it say? And this is one of the problems. I've been looking to try to find the primary for that translation, to see if I can see word by word of transliteration. Because there's a couple of things in that that I do have some problems with. But we know that there is a civilization there. We don't know exactly if it's Israel, right? We know it's described as Israel. So there's some difficulties there. We also know from the Egyptian side that Taharqa came to the aid, right, to try to support that area. We know that Hezekiah, we have Hezekiah's seal, which Shaka Amos brought out, but certainly Amin Rashquad did a whole teaching on it, so that we know that they were somewhat of an interest to ancient Kemet.
Is there a primary? I don't mean to cut you off, but is there a primary on Taharqa, or is that based on the Bible?
No, I think there's a primary on there's a primary on Taharqa.
Okay.
And I'm just let me see if I can pull it up. There is I know.
I can look it up. I can get to it later. I'll check it.
Yeah.
So, but go ahead, brother.
But he's not fighting for Israel. I'm just trying to. But we have to pull up the primary. So the issue is.
When you say he's not fighting for Israel, is there a primary on that?
Well, it would be Taharqa to say who who in fact that he was coming to the aid for. And so we would have to look at the primary.
From my understanding, that 26 dynasty in theory is totally wiped it out.
The what?
And that's another thing that's really not talked about, is that we really don't have any records from the 26 dynasty, period. Because when they came through and they swept through, they not only defaced, destroyed monuments and brothers, they also destroyed nations. It burned cities to the ground and destroyed a lot of them. Because remember, the Canaanites and the Israelites and the Judeans used a lot of ivory in their artifacts. And as we can see in the share accounts of what these people had. He said fast, he couldn't even count it so much. So I just like context, by the way. That's it. You know, I appreciate scholarship and research. And, you know, I mean, it's I love it. You know what I'm saying? And I just like context. I don't like to play like the guessing game that we play when we add to the record and give our interpretation of what is possibly taking place. If we do that, we also have to give the other side. We can't just give our opinion.
I think I like to play on if you're gonna see me, I play on a even board, right? That's the board that I play. I don't rule out anything. I try to learn. The only thing is if someone gets disrespectful, that's another story.
Reggie, I'm trying to do my yacht more than any in the.
So I listen to what people say, and I'm doing the same thing that you do. If people put their spin on it, I just say, wait. So that's why I asked you, show me that from that translation, that was Israel, right? And that we know that they have been digging and looking for King David's palace, and they find a little proto Canaanite, which some people want to call Proto-Hebrew, and it's not much to draw any big conclusions as to what that was, given that there was supposed to be so many cities and towns that was there. And we also know that sometimes these leaders extrapolate. They're not completely honest. They make things bigger than what they were. So I'm not so sure. I know, and sometimes in Kemet, that's the criticism of Kemet. I know sometimes Kemet does that. I don't know if Shunesheret is doing that. We could take it for his word, but and do some more investigation.
Well, can I ask another question? I don't want to take up time all the time.
I mean, if he's willing to answer, I mean, he might, whenever he's ready to shut down, it's down.
I want to be respectful.
Oh yeah, it's all good.
It's not my show, it's Big Boss's show.
I'm just.
It's Israel co-hosting Big Boss. I'm trying to get boy. I'm trying to find out.
I'm patient.
During your research, Brother Reggie, what is the oldest artifacts you found concerning the material culture of the Judean sites?
There's something on King David, so I'll pull that up and I'll see if I can give you that. There's this big project for King David's palace. So let me just see if I can pull this up. I just got to get rid of some of this stuff that Pit Boss had me in a pit. So I had to pull up a few things on my browser. King David, we call it survey. King David's palace, uncovered excavation. So there's this whole trying to figure out the fund. But it's around around King David. But let me just see if I can help you out a little bit better. But that's the earliest, as far as a site that you could that they're believing is connected to the biblical King David. So you could search King David's palace discovered, and finding evidence of King David's. Shoot. Finding evidence of King David's. Let's see what this says. But there's a whole grant around this. And there's a woman archaeologist that's very famous, and she's in charge of it. And then there's some some American or European benefactor that's involved. But finding evidence of King David, who is believed to rule over the kingdom of Judah during the 10th century BC, is a common goal of Israel. During the past year, Garfinkel and Garner uncovered 2 large buildings at the site. So that whatever they're doing, they're trying to link it to King David. And the researchers at Kerbit Kiyafa has uncovered a large portion of a city wall, 2 gates, a pillar building, and 10 houses, according to the IA group. And let's see if I can find a better source than that. So, trying to say defensively that this building in this area is connected to King David and Israel is a major. The problem is that you have a civilization there, you have cities there. The issue is it connected to the biblical story? That's the biggest problem. That's what they haven't been so successful with. What do you have? Do you have anything that'll help me?
Okay. I have a few articles, but you can look at one. You can type this in online. Israeli archaeologists unearthed 34-year-old Egyptian artifacts in caves, and this is the IAA. And this is from about 1400 BCE in Trebitz, Rahab, southern Israel.
Israel. What is it again? Israel archaeologists what?
Israeli archaeologists unearthed 3,400-year-old Egyptian artifacts in caves. This was from April of this year.
I know, and I know that Kemet Kemet artifacts is all over the place, right? The only problem is I was just trying to find out from you if you knew anything roughly connecting the biblical story.
This is the problem that if you have this beginning of pretty much pottery or ceramics and nitrogen, dealing with the kids and the Sumerians, we've always had various cultures carrying technology, which we're talking about ceramics, toolkits, the micro technique. So they can talk about tools. And how they can tell if a culture had a relationship with another culture would be by how they use the tools, tool assemblies. And if you look at the southern Levant, they always had a pottery industry going back to pre-dynastic Egypt. So when we're talking about pottery, field and artifacts, whoever had most popular items at that time, they're going to see their artifacts much everywhere. Well, like the Tahoe or the Suburban. Everybody likes those style vehicles or the Range Rover or whatever's popular at the time. You're going to see import and export. It doesn't always necessarily mean that these are vassals or they can happen to like the tyrant. That would be similar to me saying because at Budo and other places in the Nile Valley, you had Canaanite pottery. It was very popular. Everybody liked it. That doesn't mean that the Canaanites controlled or Egypt, so to say. You know what I'm saying? Like they had actual local industries in the Nile Valley. As a matter of fact, I have that up in the Amarah squad, where these people were using the hieroglyphs. They were making these skills locally. So it's an assumption to say that, well, those are Egyptian artifacts, and somehow the Egyptians had to be there. That's not the case always. We have to go on a specific
Hey, Reggie,
basis.
one sec. Reggie, your mic's muted. You getting the echo, so I muted you. I don't know if you can read that. You have to unmute yourself.
You want me to continue or wait or?
Let him unmute.
Well, okay.
I know you probably going through some stuff, so you probably got to find the screen, huh? My bad. A scholar work is never done.
No, I hear what you're saying, but it's up to scholars to try to make these connections as to whether it was direct or it was indirect. We have to
post up in the Amarah part too.
Huh?
Go on the actual industries that were in the Levant that were local industries, meaning no Egyptian involvement. They were just.
Yeah, but that's the problem. The problem is that Egypt was it may not be direct, but it may be indirect. So, and it may be at different time periods. So I don't know if these places were acting so independent without at some point getting a burst of knowledge and information, and then Egypt or Kemet not concerned about them for a while, depending on a different ruler or having something to do with the intermediate periods or bad leadership, and that they become very, very independent, and then Kemet wants to trade with them again, or contact them again, and then a new burst of stuff. But my major point is trying to make this King David palace Judaic Hebrew.
I don't think we should be looking. I don't think we should be looking for King David. As far as I know, nobody has been found. As far as I know, and I do see some secondary evidence. Nobody has been found. So I think instead of us focusing on King David,
well, they only call it King David. They only call it the King David Palace because they're just they're making an assumption that they have a settlement there, and they're trying to figure out, and it's pretty, it's pretty busy. There's a lot of pieces there, but they're trying to find anything that's going to directly tie it to the biblical story, and they haven't. It looks more Canaanite.
So that's all. What we're doing, we're trying to establish working authentic people. We do know that. Okay. Next thing we need to know is all about their material culture, because that's what establishes you in archaeology. That's what a culture is. It's a toolkit. And so we need to know what kind of pottery skills these people were dealing with. And to go back to the article, let me go back to the last spot. It was this article. What is it though? Just had it up and I moved it. Because I want to pull it directly. I want to freestyle. Podcast is Freestyle Friday, and I don't want to do that. So we pull this up. What is it? Okay. Which side this article? I'm looking for it. I got a million stories up.
You're right. Well, I mean, I think the Amin Ra squad. I don't think that me and you have a big area of contention. It's just a few unknowns. So I think you know, if you're not debating anybody, you're just fact finding. I agree that that we in Nile Valley, I'm not really interested in this except for what I've already given. I'm you know, I'm biased to the point only because I have my own interest. So my interest is not is not in Canaan at all. I hope that doesn't bother you. It's just not, except for I do agree that.
What this does, when we don't bring out full disclosure, it causes issues like the normals. Like when we say non-united buffer or Egypt, without giving the proper historical context, then all this will follow, depending on who brought that discussion out, this discussion out, it causes confusion. And because it's not an absolute statement.
Well, what you're gonna have to do, brother, what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to hook up with somebody to be able to disperse the information in the community, or open up your YouTube channel and put the information out there if you see other people lacking in dispersing the information properly.
No doubt. And you know what? I've done that fast, broad talk, video. This is not a new thing, you know what I mean? Like, I've been doing this since 2009, and then really got serious about it in, like I said, 2011. And so this is like, you know, this stuff is out here, but I do agree with you as far as, you know,
Well, come holler at me. Come holler at me a little later. I tried to add you on Facebook, and I got a look crowd over here. I won't say I'm doing it big, you know, but I got a look crowd, and we can get it out there over here. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess, but I also think that as a scholar, you know, you do your own work. You create your own space, your own expertise. Like Pit Boss, Pit Boss over here has got his own paradigm. He's you know, and he's ready to unleash it on us, right? So you do your own work, right? That's just my you know, my thinking on it. So I appreciate the call. I'm sorry I don't have all the answers on that, but hey, you know, that's because that's not my area. But at least I'm not shutting you down, right?
Yeah, we have.
I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah.
I appreciate you letting me in and ask questions. I'll continue listening on you, and you brothers have a good night.
All right, no problem, no problem.
All right, so peace, brother. Peace, it was a pleasure. So Pit Boss, it's 11:46. You getting ready to finish me off now, or you gonna let me go?
Oh, brother.
I'm sinking in the pit, huh?
I mean,
it was good. It was good. I mean, I know that from our few occasions here, you might not have had a clear understanding where I was coming from. So I hope that if anything that we did, that we got to establish that my perception or perspective is not to, you know, attack an elder or a individual's concept, but to critique an ideology.
Well, that's fair. That's fair, but you know, I'm not gonna let anybody beat up on him. Well, Jeffries is not gonna let nobody beat up on him, but I'm not going to let people.
Yeah, you know, and I never took any particular aim at a particular name. When you see us come out with our information, and we got a squad with lots of scholarly people with 20 and 30 years online.
That's fine. I don't listen.
I'm just saying when we come out with the info, a lot of people will get hit in the room, but it ain't that we're aiming at you. We're trying to solve a problem.
Well, I do agree that in analysis you can label someone, but sometimes the person doesn't fit in the box the whole period of time where they're under analysis.
Well, the thing is, it became a paradigm shift with Pan-African or the Pan-Africanist movement based off of Garveyism and the UNIA foundation that was laid down, and the members. I don't think all the members are dead. I don't think Garvey Jr. is dead and all of that. So once again, it's people trying to steal another legacy.
Well, see, my whole thing is that I've been, Pitbull, so have you been to Africa?
No, but my family comes from Kenya.
Oh,
in my family.
Okay, so Africa.
Not that I couldn't go.
Africa has some different, but it only costs. Look, you can jump on. You can go to Expedia and jump on a plane for $9.99. There's somewhere in Ghana, Senegal, and Ivory Coast.
Well, what I do got is the president of Ghana came here to Atlanta, and I was able to cover him and his entourage for about a week. I met plenty of them and got their phone numbers, and I got plans to do business in Ghana.
Don't do that. Don't do that. It's still your money. Don't do that.
It's a little deeper than that.
They call you Brony Buffo.
It's a little deeper than that.
They promise you everything until you invest, and then they let you invest, and then all of a sudden they raise your utilities. If you go there, you gotta boil your own egg. It's difficult because they prey on us, right? And I've been to Ghana. I've helped a lot of people go. I just think that they see us as different than them, and they act friendly, but they never fulfill their commitments. So it's been an unfortunate long struggle. So don't invest. Don't invest there. Even the Chinese got caught. A lot of Chinese thought that they can go there and do gold, and then the Ghanaians turned on them. Not to say that the Chinese.
We'll talk offline about that one right there a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
I'm just being honest. Yeah. But of course, so you got a squad. You are correct in one sense about the economics. I think our economics have been hijacked. I've struggled with this a long time. That's why I came up with the Black City Sovereignty Plan. I just think that we are ripping each other off. And I just do think that I think some of our scholars have a paralysis of analysis when it comes to things. I don't like the book Blueprint to Black Power. I just think that it's if it was useful, people would be using it. I think a lot of contradictory statements in that book. But people want to hang me. They want to put a rope around me. Black people, when I talk about that, it's not a good book. It's not a blueprint. It's not a plan. It's a hodgepodge of ideas, and sometimes it's more George Bush than George Bush.
Okay, well, one of the things that you have to do, since you guys have a platform, and I'm sure you guys.
It's not my platform. I'm just content.
No, I understand.
I'm introductory content tonight.
Yeah, I'm just introducing like for instance, I love the day when Polite and Sarnetta went across the street to the Scientology guys and faced them off. I like the day when Sarnetta walked inside of a local store and sweated them about the bleach cream. I enjoyed that as much as I enjoyed one of those debates or whatever. Just because, hey, that's some real life, everyday stuff that we understand. So here's the major problem that we're bringing forth in our material. If you join my Facebook page, that I gave you, you'll see it being laid out just in a, from a study perspective. Some of the info, it'll be delivered different, but nevertheless, one of the issues that plague the community is in the heart of where we talk about the Christians, like T.D. Jakes and those type, and it's in the form of a paperwork called the 501c3, and people not understanding how this has hijacked the ability for that system to have an economic influence in the community. So in understanding how to address that, so that the members of the churches who are unaware can take this information back to their churches and confront their establishment.
Well, because I think churches, that's the problem. Churches are just like anybody else. These Negroes are not concerned about black folks. Many of them concerned about their cars and their women. They're not doing good work.
Racial theology is not being preached. If it don't liberate us, we don't need it.
I can agree. So look, man, these preachers are trying to build themselves up. So I think Israel's doctrine is right. You're dealing with people and personalities.
But there's a form. There's a form.
It's over there. That's the problem.
But there's a form. But see, there's a form that literally prevents them from having the ability. Can you hear me?
Let's not get into the 501c3. That's another show.
Their whole thing is they want grants. They want to be the new partner to the mayors.
What up with it, all you comedic and conscious people? What up to the Hebrews and the black atheists and all of y'all out there in conscious land? Yes, that was a replay. That video was over a year ago. What I'm doing is just giving you a little exercise as to how shit went down, because a lot of you wasn't paying attention, and that damn video got snuck in on the low end of the conscious community. And thus, I needed to show an example of how he couldn't handle the ideology back then. That was long before the big debate on December 18th, long before that. Let me go back and look exactly when that video was posted. That video was posted. Let me show y'all this, because y'all just don't really understand. This video was posted on Israel Doctrine's channel. Where the hell is the video? Okay. Hold on. Be strong when it's on, it's on. Right? There's still a little more to that video, but I got tired of listening to crying ass Reggie. Right? So that video was posted on December 5th, 2015. I'm trying to tell y'all I didn't just show up. I was dropping this heat over a year and a half ago, and they couldn't handle it then. This is why they systematically kept me off the goddamn airwaves. But as you see, ultimately, Pit Boss gave them the business, and now they got to face it. And so, next Sunday at 1 p.m., I'm going to hit that channel, that side netter, and they're going to get the business. Not just them, but the whole goddamn conscious community, who all been fronting on various ways and stopping the flow from cracking, as I haven't got to represent on any real channels. A lot of them I avoided anyway. But nevertheless, the main channel that was causing all the friction was the Side Netter Network, to which Crying Ass Reggie is a member. I seen someone post how they crying Reggie dumbed down the conscious community. What couldn't you tell through the whole 4 hours of video? That he couldn't answer a question, he couldn't verify a statement. He just made ridiculous accusations, things he can't prove. Somewhere in the video, he said that during the Roman occupation of Africa or Egypt at the time, that the Egyptians had revolts. Now I kind of let him fly with that at that time, but I'd ask him now, what revolts? Can you name that? As you see, the caller that called in, he talked for goddamn 30, 40 minutes about nothing, going back and forth as though Reggie was a scholar. Well, Reggie is not a scholar. He's a YouTube character who nicknamed himself Doctor. He got that name from Sarnetta. He ain't no doctor. He might be a Dr. Pepper, but that's about the only type of doctor Brother Reggie could be. So I'm just giving y'all a little taste here and there so that we can refresh your mind as I get ready to slay this shit and drop some shit you ain't never heard me even go in on my channel. Because I was waiting. I was waiting for the moment when I was going to slay him. One of the questions on the table that Pit Boss has raised is that there is Satanism and blackface rampant in the conscious community. It's rampant. And so I hold that accusation against them when I arrive on Sunday. They're going to have to prove that it's not. Because, you know, Pit Boss, I'm going to give them the white Satanism pre-Dr. Ben. And then I'm going to ask him, do Dr. Ben agree with them? Or does he agree with Jesus? And we're going to see who they closer believe. We're going to see if they pushing Satanism and calling it comedic reconstruction. They won't even use that name. They scared of that name. But they're going to have to answer the question if they deny it. Now, if they agree to it, we can move on. Case closed, suitcase filled with clothes, and we riding. But they damn sure got to come up with some answers. I also want to understand how in the hell is Frederick Douglass a Pan-African? There's different people running rampant with this nonsense. I also want to know, is W.E.B. Du Bois a Pan-African in 1900 or 1910 or 1920 or 1930? Because if he was a Pan-African running the NAACP, then damn it, the whole damn NAACP were black nationalists. But W.E.B. Du Bois wasn't a nationalist at no time. He's a socialist with a communistic view. He creates the ideology or promotes the ideology of socialism and Marxism. It's a ridiculous view if you're trying to be Pan-African. And yeah, I know there was a mix and a match when it got over to Africa and a flip-flop on the scene. Somebody gonna mention to me The Wretched of the Earth, a book written in that form of writing, what you call dialectic materialism, which you never heard spoken about in the conscious community by any of them. They don't know nothing about that. So Pit Boss gonna come smash them with the dialectic materialism, and we're gonna understand how many doctors they got. Oh yeah, it's gonna get hot and heated. I can imagine how many ways. I wonder, do they got someone who can contend me in the pre-Garvey series, who could go before Garvey? See, once you go before Garvey, the conscious community is extinct. Dr. Ben ain't there. Noble Drew Lee ain't there. Garvey ain't there. But Pan-African is there. dumbass Reggie tried to say that Pan-Africans started on the slave ship because black folks in various sides of Africa was coming together. They wasn't coming together, god damn it. They was enslaved together. That's not Pan-Africanism. Pan-African is about liberation, not enslavement. They didn't have no fight. That's that dumbing down shit I'm talking about. Pushing out false narratives is dumbing people down. The caller didn't know who I was. He couldn't understand what I was speaking, what I was teaching. So I just sat back and let that shit slide. Couldn't count on Israel Doctrine to rush the caller off the phone. He's still learning how to be a journalist. But you can guarantee that now we're a year after that. That was December 5th, 2015. What in the hell was Reggie doing? He was talking about a black sovereignty program. What was I telling him? Booker T is in your shit. Now go read his goddamn sovereignty plan. After he ran head first in the pit boss, he went and revised that shit because he knew I was coming. And he knew, boy, if you talking about sovereignty and business and building up cities and you ain't mentioned Booker T, your shit whack. But see, he can't use nobody with a Christian paradigm. Notice he had on his Kemetic hat. He didn't have on no red, black, and green. He snuck that in. These niggas be floss flagging. Super floss flagging. Bad actors in the conscious community. Dumbing everybody down to sell a t-shirt. This is how they work. Oh yeah, y'all can guarantee that the Christian bully is going to push on up in there and smash them with this black Pan-African. This is an area that the Amin-Ra squad can't go. They did a hop, skip, and a jump over this area and landed in West Africa and dropped off the Mosai warrior clan. Then kept it pushing to the east side of Africa and landed in Egypt. And they've been stuck out there ever since. A paradigm shift has come to be. Digital pit boss shit is at the top. There ain't a paradigm in the conscious community ready to prepare themselves for the hit rocks. Oh, I got some names they don't talk about. I ain't gonna give up all the secrets. I got names they don't mention. And when I say them, there's nowhere for them to go. They're gonna be sitting there talking about who, huh? Who is that? What is this? What is that? I gave one of the members one of my books. He didn't read it. He's a slow learner. It's a good book. It's a thick book, and it's written about the slaves from 1800 to 1899. 100-year history of all types of activity. It's written in a form of thinking called dialectic materialism. Let's educate y'all before we go over there, just in case they watching, so they can lightweight prepare. I don't want them all the way off center when I get there. It's got to be a good show, right? They got to have some idea of what I'm coming with so that they're not confused. Too much shit that they never heard of to even contend me. You want to contend me, you got to even understand where I'm coming from. And since they don't, it's going to be very difficult. Very, very difficult to keep up. Let's give you a quick little microwave education if you're just tuning in to the Digital Pit Boss, if you're just tuning in. Dialectic materialism, a philosophy approach to reality derived from the teachings of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. For Marx and Engels, materialism meant that the material world, perceptible to the senses, has objective reality independent of the mind or spirit. They did not deny the reality of mental or spiritual process, but affirmed that ideas could arise, therefore, only as products and reflections of material condition. Marx and Engels understood materialism as the opposite of idealism, by which they meant any theory that treats matters as independent on mind or spirit, or mind or spirit as capable of existing independently of matter. For them, the materialistic and the idealist view were inconceivable opposed throughout the historical development of philosophy. They adopted the thoroughgoing materialist approach, holding that any attempt to combine or reconcile materialism with idealism must result in confusion and inconsistencies. Y'all can go look it up and go even deeper. So what does that say to us? What are they really telling us? That they look upon material, the natural world. These men were free thinkers. They were not biblical in thought. And guess who in the hell think like that? Yeah, all these socialists. This is a socialist mindset that would ingrain into Hitler, that would embody the Blood Brotherhood, that would embody the Black Panthers, that would embody the Hollywood 10. Which decade do you want pit boss to swim through you? Guppies. And keep it pushing. That shit ain't never been lined up to the RBG. Nah. Y'all got some goddamn explaining to do. You better get your scholars out. You better go ask your master teachers to give you a quick lesson in how to debunk pit boss. Because I'm ready to go up against 30 of y'all because y'all all talking the same shit. It ain't much separatist in what y'all speaking. Y'all shit been blown up to pieces. Mises to pieces. Welcome to my thesis. So y'all gonna have problems. Y'all best to prepare. Now you can either sit back, make it an easy show and ask me a few simple questions and let me teach. Or you can ask questions to defend your own paradigm as I chop it up, swish bag it up, put it in a Ziploc, saran wrap that shit and duct tape that shit and put it in a cardboard box and send it through the mail. That shit is as illegal as hell. It's garbage. I'm coming. It's going to take all y'all to defend this shit, or else you can concede and we can get to some real shit and I'll show you how to build a conscious community prepared to build a civilization. Y'all don't have an instructor who has a paradigm they wrote on how to build a civilization. What you got is a bunch of authors at best. Authors. I don't want to hear that shit about your PhD. That just means you got a research degree and God damn it, what are you doing with it? You skipped over the most mightiest time in the African American experience to go back to Egypt and study the walls. And after all that goddamn studying, the best y'all can come out with is a goddamn t-shirt. You weak. And your philosophies don't get you nothing. Go look at Unc and the Amun-Ra squad. I ain't knocking them for trying to rock the shoe business. Get it how you live. But because they have no technical abilities over there, everybody's a researcher and an author. They got to deal with the Chinese man to get your R&B shoe. And it's all good. Start with a little till you get a lot. Maybe one day you'll own the spot. And it is what it is. But see, Booker T had even less. And he built the brick that built the building that built the minds of the Black nation. From start to finish, Dr. Wright would say on Side TV, Booker T taught Black people from start to finish. If you want to build a wheel for a wagon, you don't just learn how to build the wheel, you learn how to build the whole damn wagon. While you're dragging what you're lacking, might as well start thinking so your money starts stacking. But instead, you're focused on gimmicks, so your shit all packed in. Got a big ass headache, now you need aspirin. Your shit kind of elastic. I bend it because it's plastic. Trying to tell you, y'all not ready. I know y'all think pit boss this way, pit boss that way. I promise you, you ain't never seen me go like I'm gonna go. I promise you, I'm gonna hit some subject targets I never dropped on my page. I might as well make it interesting. I've been telling y'all, hey, should I hit them niggas with the spin guard list? Run on down that shit, connect W.E.D. Du Bois directly to them little literary art niggas in the 60s talking that shit. You niggas is talented 10th, and you better quit playing. Should I keep connecting? Should I take W.D. Du Bois and put him in the gorilla headlock and lock his ass to Margaret Sanger and push his ass on over there to W.E.D. Du Bois while W.E.B. hand Walker all the way down to Martin Luther King and Hillary Clinton? All the way down, passing up Alice Bailey, ripping you back around just to give you Margaret Sanger 40 years later, smashing your ass with Planned Parenthood just to connect Planned Parenthood to the child support agency while they devastate your community with the crack game sent by the goddamn white man, working with the goddamn boule black man. Y'all really want me to go in? You better watch and tune in. Pit Frost is trained to go. I ain't afraid to get in the paint where them niggas ain't. Back them down like I'm Shaq. Turn around and yak them from the back. This shit getting easy, breezy. After I smack them up, I'm gone. I got shit to do. A digital network to work. I'm going to do the network so I ain't got to sweat work. That's how we getting it in. Some of y'all think it's a game. You think I'm going to come back begging you to join. Fuck no. I'm going to put my finger up and tell you I got to go. Fuck what you're talking about. I'm out. I ain't got no time to be playing around with you. I got shit to do. I tried to come in this thing and give you the game. Oh, they bet not try to challenge the Bible. Let's see how they might try me like that. They might try. Don't ask me about the white Jesus and all that shit. Y'all covered all that. Come with some new shit. Come with some shit that I can show you scholars that your punk ass ain't read no comedic history, because I'm going to bang them niggas with shish nuda. You better be ready. You better get one of them niggas over there reading that shit. Shish nuda born in Upper Egypt. His family descendants of the ancient Egypts. Y'all better know something about the Red Monastery. You better know something about the White Monastery. You better know something about comedics building churches in Africa. You better know something about it, or I'm going to flatline that shit over there and leave it dusty. Maybe they don't trust me. But then again, they could come at me like a friend. Then I'm just going to build it up. Put the game back on track. I know they ain't going to turn into Christians. I'm not going over there for that. These heathens love breathing. Smog in the air, they really don't care. They just like it their way. They like Burger King. They want it their way. It's all good in the hood. All I want is for the few to ride out on some digital shit. Who ready to market their shit? Who ready to build the STEM? Which one of them came out with a paradigm teaching STEM? Could it be Kansu and Timo Sirens? Hell no. Them niggas teach science and history, and that shit's a mystery. And they're a spinoff of Amin Ra Squad. They even got one of their members left the team to go join the Dagger Squad. And them niggas ain't been off Side Netter TV yet. I ain't seen none of them elevate. They over there talking credit, and all them niggas walk around with a 500 credit score. Niggas can't help Sonetta get a van talking about they teach credit. Some bullshit. But it's all good in the hood. I gets down. Well, that's what it is. Pit boss going in. But it's all good in the hood. So let's see how we get down. Let's see if they can understand where the conscious community is about to head. The conscious community ain't heading to commentating channels that ain't never presenting information. All they got is commentary about the next commentator. A commentator talking about a commentator is not consciousness. It's ridiculousness. And y'all love it because the new conscious community is soon to be extinct faster than the first. It's just that simple. So y'all might as well get to hitting the like button or the down like button. And God damn it, y'all better quit complaining about the reruns because y'all damn sure don't donate to my goddamn platform. So I'll play these reruns for the next 8 weeks. Why should I do some work? I gotta pay bills just like y'all. Why should I take hours and hours to investigate the paradigm, to drop some shit on the unworthy? My PayPal is 99lightyears@gmail.com. Don't y'all love how I promote my shit? I talk shit. Like, y'all gonna really, I know y'all ain't gonna bust a move. It's all good in the hood. I make my own way in different ways that they can't. So that was crying ass Reggie dumbing down the conscious community. I'm sure he gonna dodge me when I get over there. Reggie does know he can't stop from crying. And he's gonna crack because I'm not going for that fake journalism. I got black ink to make you think. He got 20 years experience in journalism. While he was over there stuck up under Leonard Jeffries getting a dumbed down education, now he broke as a motherfucker, and Leonard Jeffries broke right along with him, studying that bullshit. Should have got your technical abilities on. You might be up in the game. So that's all you got. So in the meantime and in between time, y'all work your way and I work mine.